We're live on a Friday. Unusually on a Friday. It's a new slot, and to be honest with you, I missed you. I haven't seen you since Tuesday. How you been? But this is the first ever episode, first ever show, first ever whatever you want to call it, of Hear Me Out. And I want to hear from you. Basically, this is going to be about some wacky ideas you have. One thing that you can always guarantee with Arsenal fans is that we do have the occasional wacky opinion. Gonna start off though. Listen, this show isn't entirely about football. I mean, I want it to be look. The last thing I want is to get all serious and discuss football. So don't come with too much attitude. Let's instead see what other things we can talk about. But I do want to start off with football. So I'm gonna begin by talking about football, and particularly the match that happened after Tuesday's show. Kairat Almaty. Honestly, never heard of them before. I do think sometimes football is like living in a simulation. You suddenly hear about these teams you've never heard before, and people act like, oh yeah, no, it's 4,000 miles away. It's on the border of China. Like, no one's heard of Kairat Almaty, and their fans would have had a fantastic time in North London. Massive respect to anyone who made the long journey, but I think it was largely the already incumbent Kazaki population. But I do want to talk about it because, look, the gloom and doom around Arsenal Football Club at the moment is, well, it's not surprising, but at the same time it is a bit surprising because you kind of think, well, we are top of the table. The win against Kairat, albeit only 3-2, I'm sure there's plenty of you that have something to say about that. Started off really well. Kai Havertz with his first start since February, putting Gyökeres through. Gyökeres looking like the player we signed from Sporting, powerful and strong. I don't know if the defender was a fishmonger or something, but anyway, he scored a really lovely goal. Pick of the bunch was Kai Havertz's own goal, so the goal and assist there. And then second half fell apart. Of course, Arteta telling us all to get on board the fun boat. Is that one of the funniest takes? Get on board the fun boat. So the performance against Kairat was enough to guarantee us 8 points from 8. A hugely successful campaign to qualify us. Of course, today we found out which of the 4 teams we could come up against. So that might be a talking point. But really, it's all about tomorrow. Dirty Leeds. We're all going away to dirty Leeds, home of Yorkshire tea, I think. I don't know. I'm not a massive fan of the North. Hate me for it. But we have got Mr. Tom in already. I see you there, Mr. Tom. Just as I started saying nasty things about Leeds, he appears as if by magic. It's going to be a tough game, that one. It's going to be a really tough game. And I have a horrible feeling that we don't win that game. And, will Arsenal fans be marching towards the Emirates with effigies to burn and hang? Or can we all just get over ourselves a little bit? The up and down like a fiddler's elbow at the moment, and I think everyone needs to calm down. One of the ways I think we can all calm down is after we've done talking about the football, and I do want to hear from you on some level, then perhaps we can talk about something more interesting. May I suggest food? That's always a unifying thing. Some karaoke, some food, some silly takes, some stories, some everybody get together. And you know what? There's enough of you here now for me to start the music. So thanks for being here as I look through a short musical interlude that follows. And I'll be back after this.
One clash, one fall, time will explode. You could feel red blood run cold across the postcode. Got me down bad and the fear get viral. Fans screaming, season done like a survival spiral. But breathe, my brother, fear don't lead. North London Warriors built from a stronger creed. Arteta armor defense like granite. We don't melt, this ain't that planet. No panic in the streets of North London. Even when that moment make red blood run cold, we stand strong. Fear fades quick when the baseline rolls. Cannon on the chest, never lose control.
as Arsenal's brave and intrepid players make the dangerous journey to the north. A plane apparently not able to land. They took to the coach and horses. Is that going to have an effect? Is it? I don't know. But as for no panic in the streets of North London, there may well be if that game, and it's a tough place to go. And I'm not just saying that because Tom's here, but Leeds is not. It's not given that we win up there, and a draw, of course, will herald the decline of everybody's optimism into sort of basement levels. Look at this. No Hawkwind yet. I'm here to hear you out, Makuzi. Fine Dabby Makuzi, and there, right there, it's Rosie. Fine Dabby Rosie. Rosie, I'm going to need your input today. What do you want to talk about? What have you got on your mind? Food, strange takes on Iron Brew, the classic, not the original. I made the mistake of thinking I was just drinking Iron Brew. Turns out it's not the same. It's not the same. And there he is, Malt Licky Texas from the frozen. Everything's bigger in Texas until it gets this cold, in which case everything's normally bigger. And Malia, oh my days, hear me out, fam. It's Friday and we're doing a show. Oh, did we ever do a Friday show? I am not convinced. we ever did a Friday. It's a weird night to do it. Maybe we'll just experiment with different nights. Frankly, Saturday, Sunday, I don't know, whatever. But brilliant to see you, Malia, Maldickie, Texas, Rosie and Makuzi. And then, as I mentioned already, it's Mr. Tom, which allows me, if I find it in any kind... I'm always waffling until I find it, and then I find it and play it. There we go.
Almost everything has something to do with Leeds United. Mr. Tom, that's my name. That name again is Mr. Tom.
I'm going to share the links in case anybody wants to come on. There's there's very little chance I'm going to go on for 2 or 3 hours. I'd like to have a show this week I can clip, and I'm sure I've said this before. If I do 2 hours or less, AI generates the clips, which is, let's be honest, humans shouldn't be doing this kind of work anymore. I don't know. Totally. Let me see if that comment hit the... Yes, there it is. Okay, good. There's Mr. Arsenal Podcast. Righto. How the hell are you? Hopefully you want to join me. Some of you, all of you. Marching on together. Mr. Tom, you must be relatively confident. No? Do you think a draw? I've got draw all over this one. Okay, that sounded really wrong. I have predicted a draw from the game between Leeds United and Arsenal. Much better. 3 o'clock kickoff. Shitty 3 o'clock kickoff. Here's something. This is more of a grinds my gears as opposed to hear me out. But we have this embargo in England, which stems back to the days where people were worried that if you showed Premier League football or First Division football on the television, that no one would go to matches anymore. So all of the lower league teams would be playing in front of empty houses. It's ridiculous as a concept because there's nothing like live football, and boy, am I looking forward to going on Tuesday. Whatever happens, win, lose or draw. But as a result, England is one of only 2 teams, one of only 2 countries, I believe, where the league insists on an embargo. UEFA are more than happy for us to show 3 o'clock kickoffs on telly, but such is the outcry from smaller teams and from random sources that every season there's an embargo enforced, which means, and this is why I mention it, if our game against Wolves is shifted from its scheduled 3 o'clock kickoff on a Saturday to a Wednesday night, you still won't be able to watch it because games which were originally on a 3 o'clock on a Saturday cannot be moved for television time. Isn't that ridiculous? Hear me out. We need a radical rethink. Hear me out. That doesn't really count, does it? That's quite a good suggestion. I'm really looking for your silly suggestions. I'm looking for the things you know are very niche. Let me throw a slightly less niche one in there. Time to drop Odegaard. Has Odegaard had his chips? All kinds of newspaper reports today suggesting that Inter Milan, Bayern Munich are ready, standing by with a checkbook open, pen poised, to offer us 80 million euro. It doesn't matter, it's 80 million anything for Martin Odegaard. Now, far be it from me to immediately call bullshit, but bullshit. No one's given us 80 million quid for Martin Odegaard. Least of all, an Italian team. Can you cast your mind back? I think there's only been 8 transfers in Italian Serie A history that have exceeded 80 million. And most of them were a while ago now. There isn't the money in Italy. Would you let Martin Odegaard go if we got an offer of 80 million quid? Seems like such a stupid question. I think everyone would. We have been linked to Jamal Musiala. I guess on one level, this Hear Me Out's got something to do with the transfer window. Maybe you could let me know who it is that you would that you'd sign, because there's going to be some wacky ones there, isn't it? Is that going to have an effect? I sure hope so. I don't really get that. What are you on about? Hola amigos, it's Jose BX Gunner 8129. I always laugh those. There's no way there's 8,128 other BX Gunners. That's just nonsense. Methinks it's over for Odegaard. Boy Tendio, quad loading, the man, the myth, the legend. Everywhere I see him, he brings a smile to my face because, do you know what? That's what being a football fan should be. It should be about quad loading. It should be about, now available as merchandise in the Guna shop. It should be, just do that again. Now available for merchandise in the Guna shop. Itching and fires. That's what we got to worry about with them. Don't worry. They're not knocked off. They're stolen. True Combat Reds. Jordan's here. How are you feeling about the season? Is it starting to turn around for you? Europe? Do you see yourselves winning the Champions League? Is this a season that Liverpool... let's face it, you've been greedy in Europe. It's our turn. Let us have one. I was quoting you, Dan, talking about the bus. Oh, right. Don't quote me. I've forgotten what I said. I'm more confident than I was in August. Yeah, I bet. I will absolutely bet on that. I'm not going to do a show for more than 2 hours, proceeds to do the show for 4 hours. I know. It's not my fault I enjoy your company, is it? But Boy Tendio, if you're going to quote me, prepare to have me forget what I said. Hear me out! Saka should play left back. Oh, I love him. He's come straight in with a wacky one. Right, so now that I at least know how to do polls, we're going to start polling some of these. That one is daft. Boy Tendio, explain to me what we would gain from playing. I mean, are we short of left backs? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Who is our left back? Who would you play? Is it Calafiori? Is it Hincapié? It's not Miles Lewis-Skelly. Would you let Miles Lewis-Skelly go out on loan? I wouldn't. Is Ethan Nwaneri coming back? Because Roberto De Zerbi has handed his notice in. He's resigned from his position as Marseille. Nwaneri must be thinking, is it me? Hey, Dan, bro. Good to see you, Jordan. You'll never walk alone in this pub. I was quoting you, Dan, talking about the bus. There he is. Look at this. Hear me out. Batteries should be the small ones and AA batteries should be the big ones. Couldn't trim my beard today. I don't know anything about... Yeah, I don't understand the whole... So what... So can't we just call them big and little? There you go. Big, little and wee for the batteries. Honestly. Everybody... This is just a swizz, isn't it? Everybody at some point or other has bought batteries for something, got it home and realised they're slightly the wrong size. So yeah, so in having massive, big, small and wee would help, right? Let's see. I've got shitload of things to get off my chest. Oh, here we go. I can't wait. I can't even wait to hell of us. Well, get on with it then. Right. Chris Nix, great to see you. Weren't you also supposed to say hello, darlings, or evening, darlings, or something of that nature? So let's have a look. Also, on this, which is an impromptu slot, really, I haven't decided if it's going to regularly feature on a Friday, and I'm not sure it is. Thursday, Friday, we'll have to see which one works best. I did used to like doing Thursdays, but waking up very early in the morning on a Friday is a killer. Bring free Ethan Nwaneri. Although, look, having been to Marseille, it is a beautiful part of the world. It's not like he's in hardship, is it? I just don't think Saka is doing it at right wing. And I don't think Martinelli will make a serviceable fullback. And I think Saka and Nelly will combine well on the left. Okay. I do. Okay, here's another hear me out. Can we just play a 4-4-2 or a 4-1-1? I'm really old school. But when I was playing Football Manager over Christmas, just a demo, I knew if I bought it, it would be over. The shows would be over. Everything would be over. I'd just be sat there screaming at my screen, deciding whether to crash reboot. But I must confess, I never once thought about playing Saka as left wing back or left back just to give Martinelli a bit of a boost. The window closes on Monday. Is there any chance we could go and get Rodrigo? Rodrigo, who was sent off midweek. What game that was? Real Madrid. We can also, of course, talk about the madness Jose Mourinho brings with him everywhere he goes. Goalkeeper scoring the 4th goal. Brilliant stuff. Benfica through. I don't recall Saka ever having a bad game when he played left back. I don't remember too many of his games as left back. I don't remember too many of his games. I don't think this is a flyer. Like, it does hear me out. And look, I do believe here at the Adams Arms, we can critique the opinion and not the man. And you're so usually full of great ideas. But that's a mad one. Does anyone else? Can anyone else second that emotion from Boy Tendio? It's mad, isn't it? When I buy batteries, they fit because I'm a female and I check before I leave. It's made it a gender war. No agendas, no genders. Thank God he joins me here. It is the one, the only, the inimitable. Do you know what? I have to say, I don't know if you remember, we actually played you already this season. And I really enjoyed it. And I'm not sure you did, but you came on afterwards.
One of us enjoyed it.
I think, yeah. But you came on and sat here throughout the whole second half. I promised to do the same if Leeds... Actually, I can't even... I don't want to say it. You're feeling good about tomorrow, though, aren't you?
I don't want to get ahead of myself and act like we're going to get something. But I feel a lot better about getting something than I did before we went to 5 at the back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now that you've got... is he fit for tomorrow's game, your striker, your Calvert-Lewin?
I believe he is.
I never forget, because it was that cup game, wasn't it, against Sheffield Wednesday? And I had a cheeky little bet on him to score, and he missed 4 or 5 sitters?
He had 3 chances in injury time alone and missed them all.
Did he score the penalty, though?
No, put that over the bar as well.
That's brilliant. How many goals is he on this season? Because I have a horrible feeling he's doing as well as Gyökeres, probably.
I try not to say anything overly arrogant because it's going to come back to bite me in the arse, but...
I don't know, man. I think you've got it. I think you've got an open goal here because look, no one's really expecting Leeds. Actually, I'm going to take that back. I am expecting it to be a draw. Honestly, I think ever since you shut down the airport to make us have to, can you believe anything so ridiculous? The Arsenal team on a coach.
Well, Chelsea blamed when we beat Chelsea 3-0. Not this time. The last time we beat them 3-0. I think it was in 2022. Anyway, Chelsea tried to blame the coach going down there, the fact they had to walk a little bit to Ellen Road.
You know when you're a professional athlete and you're complaining about a short walk that the fans can do?
Yeah.
It's not good look, is it? So I know you're trying to be all kind of, you're trying to avoid the hubris of, but you feel confident. You think it'll be a draw. I think it'll be a draw. Would you take a draw right now? Can we just agree a draw and everyone can go home and not play this game?
Oh, if that was the case, I'd save myself 90 minutes nervousness and just take the point. Football don't work like that, sadly.
No, and do you know what? I'm glad you said that. It's about time someone told. I've been going around various other people's comments, none as good as this one, but a lot of people sort of saying, talking about whether the title's going to be on. It's like everyone just calm down. You've got to wait till May. It's not. You can wish it away. In some parts of me, it is like I just want us to lose or win, or I just want it over with. But you have to accept it's going to go on. So I think we're going to be as nervous as you. And after the performance against Manchester United, even if we score early, I'm going to be like, what now? What? This one feels like it's going to 95 minutes to me.
Leeds games usually do go a bit longer than 90 minutes because we've become quite good at shutting down the play.
Is that because you're dirty?
Yeah.
It's an unfair moniker, though. I will concede that. It's not really fair to think of this team as Dirty Leeds just because a team before I was
I
born...
wish we earned it a lot more, because I wouldn't mind being called Dirty Leeds if we actually was rattling off about 900 yellow cards a season.
Yeah.
But
I'd love it if we were a bit less... There's a scene in All or Nothing where Jose Mourinho's talking to the Spurs team, which is an absolute classic clip for any gooner, where he goes, "You're all very nice. You need to be see you next Tuesdays." And they're all looking at him like, "Huh?" And I'm like, but it's true, you know? Where's Roy Keane doesn't leave the pitch unless everyone's dead or he's won, you know? And we don't really have that. I mean, people calling for Declan Rice to become that. I don't think you become that at 26 or 25. I think you either are it or you're not it.
yeah.
It's going to be a gentleman's game tomorrow with shaking hands and the ball's kicked off. You know, be one of them. Just boring. Miss Molina's here. Miss Molina, you absolute hero.
Hello.
And too many young players have become too confident at Arsenal. E.g. Saka and Martinelli. Maybe. I don't know.
I think Max Dowman faked injury to try and get out of going to Ellen Road and getting a reception he so genuinely deserves. I don't care that he's 15. I don't care that he's 15.
Future
He
England
deserves
star.
the reception because VAR outwardly admitted he dived. It's not my opinion. They backed up that it shouldn't be a penalty.
Here's the truth, right? And I say this, I've had my own problems with VAR, as you can well imagine, right? But once it's done, it's done. You know?
Yeah.
When they come out, it's almost, I wish they almost had a little bit less forgive me about them, because they come out and go, "Oh, we got that one wrong." I'd rather they didn't, because it doesn't make you feel better, especially when it was like for us where Brentford equalised against us and they forgot to draw the right lines, and you're like, yeah, you know, well, perhaps get someone who knows how. Anyway, but then they come out and say, "Yeah, you should have had 3 points in that one. Those 3 points would have won you the league." Oh well, we go again, you know. So I think yes, Max Dowman was cruelly scythed down in the penalty area, and
Before anyone tries to say that I'm saying something I never said, the fact of the matter is it annoys me because you were 4-0 up. The game's over. Like you're thrashing us regardless.
I know. It was a time. It was a different time altogether in football, though. It was a time where Gyökeres could still be dreamt of as the one, you know, the one to score the 16 goals, the one to. Now he looks a little bit more like, I don't know. He does look a bit. He reminds me a bit John Hartson. It's a little bit like he's a big lad, but he does fall over a lot. And I don't know if you watched the Kairat Almaty game. I'd forgive you for watching one of the more epic games, but yes, he scored. But some of the chances he missed, you know, like it's not like me to say this, but I genuinely think I'd have scored some of those. So there'll be questions about whether he should start tomorrow. Now, of course, Kai Havertz is the saviour. It's going to be a. I don't know if I think it's going to be a physical game against you lot. But what I do know is that you're not easy to beat at home. You're not likely.
I believe we've lost 2 games at home in a year,
Yeah.
or like since last season, like definitely that year.
Which is pretty
in the
solid.
Sorry, Dan.
This is the same number as Aston Villa or Brentford. You know, like you're actually pretty damn good at home. I mean, in the home league table, you're 12th, but that's there's still 5 wins, 4 draws, 2 defeats. So if a couple of the draws have been, you'd be right up the top of the table. It's not an easy place to go.
I mean, I'd quite happily just take a result tomorrow, which doesn't involve a loss. And even if we are to lose, I'd be like, just don't do 5-0 again.
Nah, that's not going to happen. I promise that's not going to happen. You have my guarantee on that. Could take that to the bank. Our form's not 5-0 at the moment, is it? But never underestimate the power of the fun boat. We're all aboard the fun boat for Kairat, and first half was fun, and then it was Martin Odegaard came on, and it stopped being fun, and I feel I may have had my day with him.
Is he the latest? Is he the latest guy at Arsenal, which the fan base are deciding? If we don't win everything, it's because of him. It's just because of him. No one else is him.
To be fair, that started off at the start of the season with Tony Adams coming out. Arsenal will never win anything with Martin Odegaard as captain, and it almost feels like, having got off to a great start, we've all remembered that, and he's gone, "Come on, guys, we need to pass the ball a bit more sideways." I don't know. Hopefully there's been a clear... You never know with football, do you? We might come out and get an absolutely massive result against you. And I think anything 2 clear goals is a massive result, puts pressure on. I also want to talk about... Let me get your sort of... Because you don't hate Tottenham, or do you?
I'm not fond of Tottenham, but,
no one's fond of them, but you don't look out for them getting relegated, I suppose.
Well, you don't expect it, so...
Yeah, I'm starting to expect it. But in the world of stupid takes, you don't really have to go much further than Jamie O'Hara or Talk Sport generally. So I am kind of nicking this entire theme off Talk Sport. But I watched like a phone-in show where the Tottenham fans are going, "I'd be happy being relegated if we denied Arsenal the league." And I'm almost ready to do that deal. I'm like, okay. Because then they're like, well, because we could still win the Champions League. No, seriously, we could still win the Champions League this season, get relegated, win the Championship, and come up next season. We could get 3 trophies in 3 years. And you're like, wow, that's how I want to be. I want to be that optimistic.
That's really impressive. It wouldn't even occur to me as a thing, like a possibility.
They're in the Champions League, so they could win it.
I mean, it can happen in terms of like, because obviously if you win one, you stay in it, etc.
Yeah. Wee ears, big arms, dipped in sherbet Herbert, blue Savannah eyes. Earth, Ernie Vader. Gert Lush says, "Oi, Razor, hope you're well. You want some?"
He must be upset because his Bristol City team didn't do too hot tonight.
I'm terrible. I never look at I don't look at the lower orders. I don't look below stairs for the results. Bless them all. What is the point?
When you get promoted, you still have to keep your ear to the ground just in case you end up back there.
Okay, but you're now fairly confident, aren't you? Be honest. I know you're not miles away, but I think even if West Ham do somehow claw their way out, you've still got a buffer of Forest, and I think Tottenham could still... I suppose on that level, you've got to be hoping that every season Man City go to Tottenham with the fans cheering them on, which doesn't happen in any other. I've never seen anything like it before, and Tottenham fans are always incensed. Go, you do the same, and I say no one does the same. Nobody cheers on. Certainly not at home. Nobody wants their team to lose just for the damage it could do someone else.
I know what you're describing here because my equivalent of it is basically, this sounds really silly or obscure, but in 1996, Leeds United played Newcastle at Ellen Road in the Premier League. And obviously it was a game where Newcastle needed to win to keep up the fact they might win the Premier League. And basically the discourse was from the Manchester United side was like, well, Leeds are going to let Newcastle win. It's like, we ain't good enough. At that time, we ain't good enough to beat Newcastle regardless.
Yeah.
I mean, we actually did give it a good go, like hit the crossbar, things like this. We lost 1-0. And Alan's, I'd love it if we beat them, is happened because of that game. Because we lost 1-0 to Newcastle, and basically Alex Ferguson had implied in the build-up that we were just going to let Newcastle win the game. And that was what set off Kevin Keegan.
That makes sense, because then the Borough was the game to follow. Because he says something like, doesn't he? And they've got to play Borough, and then they'll get a game. I have never. That was pure. Like you've just kind of alluded to it. It was pure mind games, wasn't it? No one actually believed. I've never watched a football match, and to be fair to the players and Big Edge, Postecoglou, whoever you are, mate, I honestly don't think that Son missed that on purpose. I think that Tottenham did play well. I think the players were up for it, but the team. It's going to have some effect. I have never seen Leeds or any other First Division or Premier League team look like they just don't care. You just don't get it.
It's the thing, Dan. I won't losing 1-0 at home to Newcastle in the Premier League wasn't a game that even a 10-year-old Tom would basically not lose sleep over. but I wanted to win that football match for my club.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Like, I expect my club to try and win that football match because I expect them to do their job.
Man United are fairly fierce rivals of Manchester City. I don't remember ever playing a Man United side in the last couple of seasons where they went and rolled over and had their tummies tickled. The thing that makes it doubly frustrating, and you just mentioned this as well, right? Because you were saying that there was very little chance that Leeds were going to win anyway because Leeds weren't necessarily equipped to. This is the copium of Spurs fans. They're making out that they actually want to lose. But the reality is they're more than capable of just losing because they're Spurs. Not necessarily because they think it's going to do us any good. They're just shit. And this is their way of owning it and going, yeah, well, we want to be shit for this game. And you kind of think, do you know what? I understand if you're sort of mid-table mediocrity. But the reality is Spurs on 28 points, Palace on 28 points, Leeds on 26 points, Forest on 25 points. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm hoping you don't get any points tomorrow. But if you do win it and they lose, are they going to would they? I genuinely want to see what happens if Tottenham get relegated. I actually dream of it. But anyway, I'm going to read a comment because you know what I'm like. And it's all going to be. Is this the night for the maddest ideas? Only Bobby would see the vision at Saka left back. He's not here, unfortunately. So you're gonna have to wear that one on your own. We've made our winter signing quite early. Have we? Are you talking about Kai Havertz coming back? I get that. Right. So we've made our winter signing early this window. Have you not noticed Owen Golinho? He's been banging goals for us. If only, I'll take anyone. Anthony, says Jose. Someone got out a wee bit of mic feedback. Either that or Dan needs to turn off his... Never! Let me try something. No, it's not mic feedback. Shh, Rosie. Oh, here we go. This fella. 27,000 subscribers. He's on every stream I've been on lately. Someone's bought their teenage son 27,000 subscribers. He's got 4 videos and there's 15 people have watched each one. But he's got 27,000 subscribers. And he's in every chat taking himself rather seriously. But welcome to a night. This is your night. Everything you say kind of perfectly fits this show. But don't be a dick about it. Leeds are beating Arsenal. I'd put my house on it.
You probably shouldn't.
I really wouldn't do that. Who's turned you over at home? Who are the 2 teams you've lost to? I'm going to have a quick look because we've
lost. We lost home to Spurs and Villa.
So that's what I'm saying. All right, Spurs is a disgrace,
but we should have beat Spurs. I know everyone says that when they look, but we genuinely outplayed Spurs. But it just didn't go. In football, just sometimes doesn't go your way.
You did have the field tilt.
Exactly.
Did you have the XG? I'm just looking now. Did you have the XG? My God, you battered them. You did. You had 4 big chances to their 1, and they scored twice with an XG of 0.53. I think that would be a better way to do football now. Do you know what I mean? Just have the XG versus a goal. You've got 2.4 XG, that's 2 goals. And Tottenham, you're Spurs, so you're relegated. That's my unconventional take for football. No more net bulging. It's all done on XG now. Bosh, AFC Rids. Great to see you. The quad is loading. I love it. I love that enthusiasm. You and I are going to be the very tiny minority of people that's saying that when we get a draw at Ellen Road tomorrow. The rivals will actually remove themselves from the internet by the end of this season. Some will go hiding when we beat Chelsea to make Carabao finals. Hope so.
Oh, I need you to win that, by the way. I need you to win that match specifically. Because if Chelsea make it to the Carabao final, then our match at home to Brentford becomes a 5:30 kickoff compared to 8 o'clock kickoff.
Why is that?
It doesn't benefit you in any way, but
no, I mean for you. Why is it good for you?
Well, because Ellen Road is kind of a bit of a fortress under lights. Like the Crystal Palace game is a great example. The Chelsea game, a great example. Put the lights on Ellen Road and we start battering.
But it's up north. Aren't the lights on all the time? What are you like? It's going to be 3 o'clock kickoff. The lights will be on at half time, won't they?
Probably. It's not really the same, is it?
No, it's not the same. I'll make you right. It's not the same. I want that for you, whatever it takes. I want you staying up. Leeds is a big club, great fan base. So yeah, I want you to stay up. I want Forest. I don't really want West Ham to go down either. So Jose says I need Odegaard, and well done, by the way. I don't know how he's done that, but can I just doff my cap? He's done the proper Norwegian. Sam would be proud. Look at that. I don't know if it's the right one. What I do know is that a lot of people mispronounce the name, but I've got it here.
I'd help you to pronounce it. It's pronounced Odegaard.
Gary doesn't pronounce it like that, but we'll see if it comes in later. I love it when he pronounces it. So,
Odegaard. Something like that.
I do. Do you know what? The one for me is Gyökeres. I mean, I've got a video of him saying it's Gyökeres, but no one says that. And when you listen to some of the gloomier elements of the Arsenal fan base, it's the many different ways they pronounce it, even in one sentence, cracks me up. The Millet's here. Millet, where have you been? Love to be a fly on the wall of Arteta explaining to the squad how to use an Oyster card. It is true, actually. Footballers are bloody useless, aren't they? Like, seeing them all walk around, they don't have civilian clothes, and they're all walking around in with their headphones on and stuff. Yeah, no, I can just see it now. They're all getting on the train with, the intercity up to Leeds on a London Corporation omnibus. Ding, ding, hold tight, please. Wow, calling down on a diver.
I did.
Yes, he did. He was unreserved in it, and I didn't make. Can I just point out? I did not make a stout defence of Max Stallman. I did not sit
There's
here.
There's no
and...
stout defence of it because the fact of the matter is the football authorities came out and said it was a dive.
That's not the reason I didn't make a stout defence of him. I don't know if I have much truck with the football authorities. I think authorities is already the wrong word, but like, it's not that. It's that I am not happy to to make a defence of something which I think on some level he's 15. Leave him alone. Shouldn't be allowed to touch a 15-year-old in the box.
You probably shouldn't be allowed to touch a 15-year-old in general, sir.
I think we've found a place we can agree. I think you're just jealous that you don't have your own 15-year-old. That's what that says. Tom thinks Dalman is a diving bastard, but if you listen to him, he backs it up. He thinks he's a diving bastard. I'm saying nothing. I'm always consistent. If it's a penalty I wouldn't want to see given against us, then it's a penalty I don't want to see us get. But I'll say this right now so that we're all in no doubt whatsoever. If it's 1-1 in the 94th minute and we get the shiftiest penalty ever, I'll nick it. If we can nick a goal while the ref's not looking, I'll nick it. We need 3 points tomorrow. We badly need 3 points.
As much as I'll give him shit, Dan, if he'd done that at 1-1 and won a penalty and you won the game or whatever, I'd be like, I don't get me wrong, I'm not a hypocrite myself. I'd spend the last 4 months cussing him, but I'd sit there and go, I can understand why he did it, because it's his job to try and win a football match, ultimately. Yeah. But at 4-0, I was like, what are you trying to win at 4-0? You've won the game. Game's over.
It was a little bit, it's funny because it's how things have changed in the 5 months, right? So back then, there was a feeling that you guys were going to get battered everywhere you go, really. You didn't look like you were necessarily cut out for this division. And since then, that's been a really unusual result for you. And it, I think it is, like, if it was a close game tomorrow and the same thing happened, it's a totally different thing. But, I can't really defend it. I don't like, but what, do you know what? If there's one thing, you just said it, like, I can understand when you want to win a game. You sometimes do things that you wouldn't do if you thought about it properly. When you get people like Paolo Di Canio and a player, an opposition player is injured and he carries the ball, he doesn't want to do anything unsportsmanlike, I'm like, I do want you to nick a penalty. I do want you to, you know what I mean? Like, it's not sportsmanlike. It's not the Corinthian spirit of football, but
it's the sort of thing, like, it was easy for West Ham fans to take the moral high ground situation, because what was you going to go on to win with that? Say, like, you'd won that match at Everton. I think it ended up being a draw. I can't remember. It's unimportant. But if they'd have won that game, they'd have still finished 16th or whatever it'd have been.
Yeah.
So
it still would have been 40 years before they won a trophy.
A fair play award.
Yeah, you know what? Like, it's a really fair. And then all of the people who praised him, the Linekers and the Shearers and well, not all of them did, to be fair. But if England, a 0-0 in the last few minutes of the World Cup semi-final against Argentina, and a player did that, don't come home, mate. Just don't come home. I've got effigies ready.
Because the English football fans are notoriously generous.
Oh, yeah. They'll give everyone a benefit. The only one, do you know who got away with it lightly? Waddle got crucified. Stuart Pearce didn't. And I think I know why. If Stuart Pearce comes into your pub, you might be really angry with him, but you'll probably be like, not buying you a drink, sir.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Did your best. I know what it's like. We've all been there.
It's not easy, man. It's not easy. You represent your country. And then, is he still looking? Wanker. He didn't hear me, did he? Tony Adams was spitting facts. Oh, please don't use the term spitting facts. That doesn't exist in the real world. People don't speak spitting facts. Why spitting? Where's that coming from?
I would use that sentence if I was parodying a 12-year-old gangster.
Yes, that's what it is, isn't it? And bless up. It's just like AFC Rids. Tony Adams was spitting facts, and he got pelters from our embarrassing fan base. If you don't like the fan base, have you been tempted to maybe jog on or find another team? I'm just saying, because I don't like it when people criticise our fan base. It's our fan base, man. And they didn't either, to be honest with you. Most sensible people sort of said, I agree with him, but does he have to say it out loud? Do you know what I mean? It's like if you're all supporting a member of your family who's a little bit slow, and he's got a recorder recital, and he sounds like he's trying to kill the recorder, and everyone goes, no, you played really well. And you've got the one member of the family that goes, no, didn't he? Shit. And you go, well, does he have to say it in front of other people? I don't think any one of us really thinks Odegaard's the captain of Arsenal. I'd rather it was Gabriel or Declan Rice. But apparently, and I also think this is a whole load of bullshit as well, Arteta said he was voted as captain, and I don't believe it. But apparently, Odegaard and Mikel Arteta have fallen out, and he's going to Bayern Munich for 80 million quid. Would you sign him for Leeds?
What, Odegaard?
Yeah, Odegaard.
I don't even know why I'm thinking about it, because I'd expect you to drive him there yourself to do me a right favour.
I'll throw in a couple of bricks, do you know what I mean?
I appreciate it, mate.
Because either that or he's putting him in a bag down the river.
I agree with boy Tendio on this. I think he comes out of a lot of guff a lot of the time, but this is true.
No, he's not.
Most callers cannot be real.
They are real. They're real. They're real. I did a very short stint on the News of the World, and they selling ad space, and some of the letters, and I spoke to the person who went through the letters, and not the person who answered them. I forget who it was now, but I was like, we make up the letters, and I was like, well, why'd you do that? He goes, I'll tell you why, because the letters we actually get are horrifying. They're so my dad has just made me pregnant again, and I'm not sure if I should keep it this time. And it's like, we can't print this. Make something up. So let me tell you, those talks. Also, have you never been in a London? Oh, I shouldn't say that, actually.
In a where?
No.
Sorry.
No, don't goad me. I'm too easy to goad. No, but listen, I don't know why anyone would think those TalkSport callers are made up. There's so many people like that. I watched them on YouTube. Right, what's this? Azena Wukosado. Okay, don't know what that is. After the Villa match, Canton tried to throw it back in Adams' face. He popped in his... and look, don't be... I have no opinion about who the captain of Arsenal should be that has anything like the clout of Tony Adams. Tony Adams is the captain of Arsenal. Still is, So if he says he doesn't think Odegaard's a captain, I'm not disagreeing with him. But does he have to say it out loud? I never heard from Adams in 10 years, and then he pops up and says, you're not winning anything with that captain. Great, well, what do you want us to do now? What was he expecting? An official climb down? Right, have taken on board the comments of Tony Adams, and I have... He didn't answer my question. So you are taking Odegaard, are you? Odegaard and a van load of Jaffa cakes. All right, rich tea biscuits, but you are driving a hard bargain, sir. No, I don't hate Odegaard, but he's just not been the same for 2 years, and I tend to go off players after 2 years if they haven't played well. Leeds will beat Arsenal tomorrow, even if Dominic Calvert-Lewin has his hands behind his back. All right, you did just, that's twice, that's two different opinions. Here we go. Righto. Remember in 2003, Leeds came to Highbury, beat us, which meant their rivals in the scum won the league. That's proper football, isn't it?
When we won the last teams to win at Highbury.
I'll never forget. I took my brother. So we went to the match. He's 40. He was 40 this week on Monday, and I took him as a small boy to see the Leeds game at Highbury, and it was a cup game, and you won. I can't remember if it was FA Cup. I think it was.
Yeah,
FA Cup.
Rod Wallace scored.
That's right. Yeah, we were in the North Bank lower, and as we were walking home, there was a bloke crying, and my brother went, "I want to cry," and I just looked at him and went, "Don't you ever fucking cry about football? I'm not having that." Nowadays, it's like par for the course, isn't it? I'm fuming. Spurs will play to win because it's January. I almost wish they wouldn't. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing Spursier than them going out to lose to City and then accidentally winning it. Do you know what I mean? If they go out to win it, they got no chance.
Didn't we have George Graham when we won at your lot in the cup?
It would have been, yeah. He's a funny. What you must like him on some level.
My thing with him is that I don't want to say he saved the club because that's obviously not true, but we would have got relegated without him. Like, he basically came in and gave us a reset, and then basically brought in a load of players on, I don't want some cheap or whatever, but we bought in Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, and that sort of took us up a notch, let's just say.
Because you've had your share of our ex players and managers, isn't it? David O'Leary was probably the last really successful manager you had, wasn't he? Bielsa obviously was.
I wouldn't call him a successful manager because he didn't win anything with Leeds, to be fair to him.
No, but he got you to the semi-final of the Champions League.
Oh yeah, I get that, but I just mean in terms like when you say successful manager, I'm not sitting there thinking he made us a good team and it should have been a great team. It didn't work out like that.
No, yeah, I mean that's how I feel now about Arteta. If it ends without it, it's just the nearly men of Kevin Keegan and David O'Leary, and we've had our own share of those before. I say that I will Arsenal a bet, and the majority of the time I'm not an idiot. No, you're not. But normally, if I have to agree with people that are not an idiot, it's usually I'm usually not meaning it. But okay, hear me out. Catherine O'Hara. Oh God, yeah, Catherine O'Hara passed away today. My first moan is about fucking morons on the internet thinking they have the monopoly on people's grief, expecting a response from the famous. Yeah. Elucidate. Say a little bit more about that, because who's upset you? Because I didn't look at any. I mean, I spend enough time listening to morons on the internet. Persons, relatives, and friends, and calling people out when they don't make us. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, that's just shit. I mean, that's like people who. I don't know how you describe those people, but not well.
What I imagine Rosie's getting at, and not one put words in her mouth, but I imagine because people instantly started heading for Macaulay Culkin's Instagram, for example, and then that started going around the internet like, oh, Macaulay Culkin has said this about us. Then you start looking at other people that have been acting in films that she's in, or what has her husband said, and things like, well, what's her husband supposed to say? His wife just died.
Yeah. There's not a good thing to say there, is there? Tomorrow, you say what again?
I hate clickbait because it's going to be things like Culkin breaks silence on Catherine O'Hara's death, but he didn't say anything for about 4 minutes.
I hate it so much, but I'm because I'm a bit dense and I always fall for it. Like it gets me, I'll be a minute and a half in going, oh yeah, this is just nonsense, isn't it? It's just. Find out the real reason why, and then you're like, I'm 2 minutes in going, I'm not going to find out the real reason why, am I?
A real connoisseur of this kind of thing, Dan, is basically you go in the comment section, you find the person that did the save you a click thing. Very handsome. Very handsome.
Do you know, on that, you've got me on this, because, like we love movies, right? When they show clips of movies, you think, oh, that's really good. Why have I got to scroll down through 400 comments to find the name of the film? Like, what is that about? And then what really got me, this was a funny one, because there was one where the name was in the clip. And someone had written a really long comment, go, these things really fucking annoy me. Why can't they just put the name of the film? And then underneath it, it's just like 16 people going, it's in the title. But clickbait, is there ever going to be a time when there isn't clickbait? For me, it's if you go on the news aggregators like News Now, do you know, in the news stories, the 2 players Arsenal have signed already, and you're like, why do we do it to ourselves? This has been the quietest transfer window for us. Have you brought anyone in yet?
We're going to attempt to buy Jorgen Strand Larsen off of Wolves, but obviously, really, he's going to Crystal Palace.
Right.
But then that depends on basically can Crystal Palace offload Mateta to get the money for it.
I mean, Crystal Palace, that's been a fire sale, isn't it? Win the FA Cup, sell everyone. Awful. I like Crystal Palace. I have to say it quietly, but I do like Crystal Palace fans. Rosie was the only one giving us hope here on Tuesday when everyone was losing their heads after the Man United. Hang on a minute, I wasn't losing my head. Malt Licky, Texas. I'm not losing my head till May, and even then, I'm not losing my head. There's a lot of people about though that want me to. Have you? I sense the hand of Rosie. Actually, that sounded wrong. I sense Rosie has taken one of the man with the 27,000 subscribers out and shot him. I saw a comment from him. It's all these comments like, we're not going to win anything because of this fan base. And yeah, this toxic, slightly backward fan base that you're sort of emblematic of. Yeah, that's probably true. I'm pretty bummed. Yeah, I think. Listen, it's difficult when these actors and actresses who you kind of grew up with. It's sad. Of course, it's sad. The one that really got me was was that this month? The director, and this is terrible, isn't it? I'm terrible with names, but Spinal Tap and
Rob Reiner.
Yeah, that's it, Rob Reiner. I'm getting to that age now where some of my heroes are starting to. Some are hanging on, thankfully. Good evening. Hope for a huge win against Leeds, unlike some of our so-called fans and Mr. Tom. I think we've both already agreed a draw, so don't worry about it. It's fine. We'll take a draw.
I was taking a point.
Yeah. So I think it's gross that people expect to know everything. Armchair detectives. Why should Susan in Northampton hear from Jennifer Aniston 10 minutes after Matthew Perry passed? Very good point. Very good point. People don't realise that they're not actually the hero of the story, though, do they, a lot of the time? The only place I look for 15 and 16-year-olds is in the Colombian leagues and Football Manager scouting. Very good comment. Love that.
That's the way to do it.
I can't play Football Manager. It's crack. It's worse than crack. Actually, I don't know if it's worse than crack, but it's like I loaded the demo. I thought, well, it's only a demo, so I'm not going to get that into it. 3 o'clock in the morning. Right, one more game, and then it's definitely bedtime. And it's Christmas Day tomorrow. I've got open presents. 5 o'clock in the morning. It's like, fuck them. It's a League Cup. Sorry to hear Catherine O'Hara passed. Very talented. Yep. She was my childhood. Yeah.
She was.
That's what it means to us. It's like when Robin Williams passed. I was like, I processed that grief in exactly the same way as if I'd known him. Hear me out, Rosie, though. English football fans deserve dysentery. All of them? No. We're just jealous.
That escalated quickly.
It didn't it? And I read it live, so I'm like, I should have seen dysentery first and worked my way back. But no, I didn't do that. I understand she was very personable, which is not surprising. She was 71 as well, which, like, 20 years ago, 71 was an old person. Nowadays, 71 really isn't. Maybe in Scotland. Yes, I've yet to meet a Canadian I don't like. They're like Glaswegians. Oh, come on. That's a weird... Rosie, what do you mean you've never met a Glaswegian you don't like? Are they all down in London then? Is that what's happened? Excuse me. She was of Irish stock as well, so that's 2 reasons to be personable, an Irish Canadian. Oh, no, he isn't. There he is. Look, I'm not going to look. I'm just going to click on it, and then whatever it is, it's going to be a triggering comment. Our fan base is a reason why we're nudging every season. Yeah, I thought it might be.
I mean, it is. It 100% is. It's,
Yeah,
it's
couldn't
literally the
agree more.
reason why.
I mean, I feel I'm Nod King as well. To be honest, I don't know if I'm winning Nod King as well.
I'm just glad it's not
27,000
mine.
subscribers. You think he'd get a new keyboard? Dad made daughter pregnant again. Oh yeah. No, I'm not kidding. And some of these letters were from, and I'm not going to say which part of the country it is because it'll really upset Anthony because it'll sound like I'm picking on the West Country, but they do things different down there. Great combo, Malt Licky, Texas. Our fan base is the reason. Well, I've just read that. How can I read that twice? That's such a facile statement as well. Goodbye, Odegaard. Maybe Arteta compared Dalman to Messi, lol. Chris Antonio's here. Well done. Dan, we're 45 minutes in and we're still talking about Odegaard, lol. All right, well, I mean, it's a bit gloomy talking about dead actors and actresses. Sorry. Like, do you want to start off with... Is anyone else that too good? There's a website where you can buy a mystery packet from a local restaurant and you don't know what's going to be in it and it's like £5. Has anyone done that? I signed up to that today. Okay, well, we're not talking about that either then. Right, Arsenal, can we have an opinion that's your own and not someone else's? He doesn't have them. Why do you think this opinion isn't mine? Actually, let me put it to you a different way. Can you not say something that we've all heard hundreds of times before? It's just it. You know, like every time you talk about something, it's the same thing we've all heard before. I don't mind having a debate with somebody, but if you're just coming here if you're just like, what are you hoping for as well? You've heard the debates, you know, and where is the debate in this fan base is the reason we're going to not win? I don't know. I've actually been to more aways than home recently. Arsenal away days are the best. Good for you, AFC Rids. Arsenal away boys. Because I've heard that before a million times. It's boring. You come in and make blanket statements and never back it up with facts. There we go. Next comment from him is, most of what I said in here is based on facts. What do you mean? It's your opinion. It's an opinion. Please know the difference. Social media has become a cesspit, unfortunately. It has, though, hasn't it? Our fan base is why we're not going to win the league. Are you a centre forward? What have you added to Arsenal FC? Absolutely nothing. Don't get drawn in, Rosie. We were talking about sausage rolls and you've changed the subject again. You are football mental, you are. Have you seen any good films recently, Mr. Tom?
It's funny you say that. I saw 2 movies today. I saw Shelter, which is a movie of Jason Statham. So basically, I can give you the review very quickly.
Can I give you my review before I've even seen it? Is it one of them? Does he play? Let me see if I've never heard of this film. Right? Is there a small child in it and he's a hard man?
Well done. You've described Shelter. He is a man with a past.
There you go. And he's running from a secret organisation.
That's exactly it.
Fucking hell. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's so many people all writing the same script and they're all going, we must have Jason Statham for this. And then someone says, oh, he's done exactly the same movie about a month ago. That's why he'd be perfect for this. It's like, oh, that's Hollywood originality. Why did you see that one? You were just curious.
Where it came out today.
But yeah, I know, but you can't see everything that comes. Do you literally just go and see anything or everything? Are you seeing Melania?
Well, it's funny you say that. I then saw Melania.
No!
I did.
Okay, this stream has just taken the direction I wanted it to all along. That's brilliant. Please, tell me. Is the film Melania, does she play a hard man on the run from a secret organisation? Was it because Jason Statham was busy? Tell me about Melania, please.
She battered Jason Statham at the end of the film. No, in all seriousness, the reason that I watched it is more the curiosity factor. Basically, I was more observing what was going on around me because I counted 2 people left during the film. Yeah, exactly.
2. How many were there? It was not a full cinema.
I've actually got myself. I found the floor plan of how many people had tickets for the movie.
It's 3.
Just bear with me a second. I will find it.
I'll read some notes. I'll go through the comments so that we can have a clear run at this. Majin's here. Good to see you, mate. Are you an away fan or a home fan? Sometimes. Neither, lol. So you're not an Arsenal fan. That ended quickly. I live in the US. Well, that's good. Lots of very good Arsenal fans live in the US, but they don't just say the same thing Lee Gunner said. Imagine basing your whole entire personality on being Arteta out. I don't know. What was his entire personality before that would be the question. You're right. Social media rather than the internet per se, that's an absolute cesspool. I agreed with that. So who goes to away games and who goes to the home games? I'd go to any game you gave me a chance to go to. Time to go and pick up my tobacco before the snowstorms begin. Oh, my God, yeah. Tom, you want a zombie game update?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. He says, too good to good. Haha, the signature. Bad audio Bobby's here. Hear me out. Chess eaters need to get out of town. Cheese eaters. Rosie, stop it.
I do.
Well, you're both. And what you don't like cheese either?
No, I'm anti-cheese.
Anti-cheese. It's not enough to just say I'm not mad about cheese. You've got to be.
It's a lot. It's a lot. Well, no, saying that because basically saying it the way I've said it, a lot. I'm anti-cheese. Yeah. But then other people will spawn by whenever they get a meme or anything with cheese in it. Who do you think they send it to?
Yeah, you've become
they're eating cheese.
The antidote to the cheese.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have. I have fairly strong. Cheese can get to fuck. You won't be proud to be known as a cheese eater if you look up. You won't be proud to be known as a cheese eater if you look up Sarah Boone. I'm not looking up Sarah Boone. One small child, one ex-military operations. Wife is dead. Is that in there as well? Because I missed that meme.
There isn't a wife because he's obviously a former government assassin. Obviously, that's what we were going to discover. Sorry to spoil it, but let's be fair. You've seen the other 700.
I think Jason Statham has spoiled all of his films in advance for the next 5 years anyway, hasn't he?
Yes. I don't want to say it's a good movie, but basically, if you like his movies,
no,
it's exactly what you'll like.
I like the early, when he first appeared. It was Lock, Stock was his first one, wasn't it? I like that. I like Guy Ritchie films, but I just have a hard time thinking of him as a hard man. Rosie wants to know, as in Trump's Melania, there can be only one. Did you see exactly the junket she was on and all the taxing questions she had to answer? She didn't know. When Jeff Bezos gave her $28 million for this film, she wouldn't have known how much hard work would have to go into it. She had somebody on the news asking her, "What's your favourite time of day?" All the tough ones. You said there were no. I swerved it.
Well, like you said, she got paid. The movie had a $40 million budget, and 28 of it went in her pocket. So regardless of the fact this movie is not going to do financially well, you can't
make this movie without her. To be fair,
she's a key aspect of the movie named after her. But
the Cinderella story of a beauty queen that marries a billionaire.
Yeah.
Is there a scene in the film where he phones her up and he's just been elected and says, "Did you watch it?" And she says, "No, I didn't watch it." It's like,
that's in the trailer.
Yeah.
That has got a big laugh in the room, mainly for me, of which I count there's about 38 tickets sold. But anyway,
is that what it is? Did you look it up?
Yeah, I counted them.
That's bad.
Because I'm petty enough, purely for my own curiosity. Like when I bought the ticket. I say bought the ticket. I've already paid in advance, so watch many movies. I wouldn't actually put 15 quid out of my pocket to see this, but still.
I don't think many people have.
No, it's probably the same thing that I did. But yeah, so I made sure to get I don't know if it'll show up here, but I made sure to get I made sure to get myself.
Do you know what? One of my favourite things to do as a younger person, which gives you an idea of what I am a dickhead anyway. But I used to like to go to the cinema, and if it was a quiet one, I would always go up to, like loads of seats everywhere. I'd always go up to someone and go, "I think you're sitting in my seat." Just like see what they say. Like, "Oh, sorry." Melania, this is funny because they said on the one of the reports I was looking at, they were saying the whole budget of the film is 40 or 42 million, which is 12 million more than the next bidder. And I was like, next bidder? There's more than one. Jeff Bezos, billionaire, who was invited to the inauguration, wanting close ties for his Amazon, who's constantly siphoning money out of every economy it goes anywhere near. I can understand why Donald Trump might be a friend you'd want, But who's the second bidder for that? Is that Elon Musk?
Apparently, Disney Plus put in the bid for it as well.
She is a sort of princess, isn't she? She's an American princess.
But the key thing, obviously, corporate corruption is the real reason Amazon got it. But part of the other reason...
can I just say very quickly that that's an allegedly, and it does not reflect the views of the Gooner channel, who are staunch supporters of Amazon and all other large corporations with
my
more lawyers.
Apologies, everyone. I just distributed fake news. My apologies, everyone.
How could you?
Yeah.
Are you suggesting, what you're suggesting, you're alluding to possible... that there may be an ulterior motive for the multi-billionaire Jeff Bezos to make a film about the president's wife?
That might be the case.
You don't think it's just the zeitgeist? You don't think it was the clamour of audiences who want to know more about America's first lady?
Well, there was a clamour for one audience in Sittingbourne this morning where it sold 1 ticket.
In Indiana, it sold 2 tickets.
There you go.
It's
in
the wrong time
fairness,
for this film.
But because Amazon promised that it would get a cinema release, is obviously the main reason she allowed it.
Which is a mistake. Like good films sometimes fail at the cinema. With Nell and I. This is not that. For me, I wish they'd just gone all out and had her in a tiara, a long flowing dress, and instead of... It's really funny, one of the Late Show or whoever it was put Third Bride's the Charm was the subheading, right? And my missus was like, is that really what they've put a subheading? I was like, no, that's a mock-up. But what it should have been is let them eat cake. I mean, it would have been brilliant, wouldn't it? America in flames, let them eat cake.
I think it says a lot about her personally. To be fair, she comes across very pleasant and professional. But of course she's going to be, because it's her movie about her.
Yeah, she's a working
woman. They're not going to have her screaming at her staff, are they?
Yeah, it's not a fly on the wall, is it?
No, nah. It's the most professionally presented documentary you'll ever see in your life. She's been in slow motion so much that I would think of a joke about it. But it's every time she's on camera, she's moving like it's professionally filmed. Because it is.
Is he in it at all?
Yeah, he is in it, but it's very the first appearance of him is what you were describing, the phone call.
Right. Yeah, so that's the beginning.
You do
because they live in different cities.
Sorry?
They live in different cities. She won't live in Washington. She likes New York too much, so she's at Trump Plaza in New York, and he has to live in the White House. Poor sod. That's why he's taking a bulldozer to it. Zombie game update is that there was drama in the Alliance and Exodus, and now I'm the leader of the Alliance.
That makes a lot of sense.
Do you think this is how... I think this is how spy networks will work in the future. You used to read out in the Second World War, they used to put adverts in the Times. Now it'll be on the Gooner channel in the chat comments. If you're rising up, if there's some sort of insurrection, I want in.
Was that it?
I'm going to become president of the server. Right, so bad audio, Bobby. I went to see a movie called Border 2. It was a movie about the Indian-Pakistan war. It was bad. I ended up voting for Pakistan despite being from an Indian background. I've never heard of it. That's a niche one. Hear me out. Tom Cruise can't act. Hear me out. Ooh.
I mean, I'm not going to argue it too much.
There's been some good... I thought he was writing Rain Man. I thought he was writing Jack Reacher.
The thing he's very good at, to give him his due, is he's very good at creating... He's good at choosing films where he can then put the parts around him that will make it good.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of biased because I liked him in The Outsiders. I liked him in some of those young films that I would have watched as a younger man. And I'm not talking about Top Gun. But I rewatched the Quentin Tarantino party scene where he's describing Top Gun and what it's really about. And that, ever since I've seen him do that, I've never been able to take that film seriously.
My controversial film take is that I prefer Top Gun 2 to Top Gun 1.
I haven't seen it yet. I am going to see it, though. So that's really good news. Do you know what? That is not... You've got better than that. come on, you've got some quality
I'm
film.
not bringing up Back to the Future again.
No, we've done that. That's
bored of
done.
it.
This is a new show. We need a new thing, right? I'm going to go through the comments. I'm sure you've got one in there. Rosie, wouldn't you say Tom was good in Vanilla Sky? I haven't seen Vanilla Sky. Return to Silent Hill was not great reviews, but I really enjoyed it. She's got more people in her immediate family that went to see the movie. He's probably right. I went to see The Babe Cabin. It was good, but I hadn't seen any of the other 28 Years Later movies. It was hard to follow.
I've not seen any 28 Years Later movies.
What you saw 28 Days Later though? I'm guessing. Did you not?
I've not seen any because I've not seen any of the four. There's
Yeah,
four of
okay.
them apparently.
I've seen 2 and I like them, but yeah. Has anyone seen Fallout? This is a great question, FC Riz. Thanks. I haven't seen it. I really want to see it. The series, right? It's the series.
Yeah, it's on Amazon Prime, but I've not actually seen it.
I didn't play the game, and I've seen clips, but I really like the look of what I've seen of it, so I really want to see it. But it's one of them where you
Very
don't
good
think
recreation of what the game is. To be fair, from what I have seen of it, but
Yeah.
I've not seen enough of it to say I've seen it. But the clips I have seen is like, yeah, this is what I imagine it is.
Yeah, and there's the bombs falling scene, which I think is done really well. I really want to see it, so I probably will. But it's with series. It's like I don't get to watch the television on my own enough, and I don't really want to. So I don't think I could start a series that only I'm going to watch. So I have to convince the missus to watch it or the youngest to watch it. And Ben Affleck and Matt Damon were explaining the challenge of making movies now. Anything straight to stream has to grab you within the next 10 minutes, and the actual viewer no longer has patience.
Well, yeah, because they need to get you hooked away from your phone for long enough to actually decide you like what you're watching.
Yeah, I think so. I went to see Fire and Ash, and it was nice. We went as a family. We went to one of those. It was a place in Crawley. It was like it would be in any part of America, you know. Like there's a bowling alley, there's a megaplex. It's like it costs £8 for a small bag of pick and mix, that kind of thing. You know the drill. And I loved it because it was me and the people I love most, and they were enjoying it, and it was 3D and it was IMAX and it was great. But my God, it was boring. Do you know what I mean? And I needed a wee, and it's a 4-hour film, and I was like, I can't hold out for another 2 hours.
I remember wrong in the comments that it's literally a day trip to see Avatar 3.
No, it is. Because I tell you, it so is. Because we got there and there's like a TGI Fridays and there's a Popeyes chicken, and I've never had Popeyes chicken. And I was like, well, when we come out, we'll go to... By the time it was finished, I was like, I could go bed. I don't want to stick around anymore. It's good. I mean, it's not for me. You know, but everyone else loved it, and I have no beef with it at all. It's just I have no idea what the plot was.
My thing with Avatar 3 is the same way I have with Avatar 1 and 2. Is that what I'm watching is technically excellent. Like it's the best you're ever going to see in terms of currently on what has been put on screen, and you know the imagery and things like that. And it's like, yeah, but ultimately it's still basically James Cameron giving me a lecture on the planet.
The first one. And I've heard other people say this, so I don't think this is my take on it as much as it's just obvious. It's Dances with Wolves. You know, the indigenous people are good, kind, spiritual, and these greedy people come along and take their land, which, you know, is fair. I'm not saying it's not. I don't think I saw the second one, but that was all underwater. And then this one's all kind of like, it's beautiful. But even since I saw the first one, was the first film I'd ever seen IMAX. And the experience of this foreign planet was amazing for me, which I think it might have been like that for the missus because she hadn't seen either of the previous two. But for me, it was like, yeah, I've already been here. Can we do a brand new planet, please? Can we do something else? Can we just, I don't know, can we make it 2 hours long so I can have I don't want to be sat there at 2 hours. Like, because it's not like you're sitting there going, God, I hope they make it. You know, it's like... When James Cameron makes a film, you know exactly what the ending's going to be. I'm not just talking about Titanic. I mean, you know, like, I'm just. I also just want to say the signature.
Well, I know they've made 5. You know, there's 4 and 5 coming. So you know you're watching part 3 of a saga.
No, I thought you meant there's a Titanic 4 and 5 coming. I was like,
oh no. That would be.
I'd watch that. Talking about clickbait, I saw an AI thing where they found a hidden camera on the Titanic, and when they produced the pictures, it was like, what? They produced the pictures of a film that's been thousands of, 2 miles under the water. You can't get a film through the X-ray machine of a fucking airport, let alone to spend 100 years underwater. It's just such nonsense. I still watched it, and it was amazing. I want to say, bad audio, Bobby, you absolute star. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Keeps the lights on. In fact, should I keep the lights on? No, do you know what? It's lights off for this. I'm going traditional in the mode of slags in the dark. Here we are. So just as you've paid for the lights, I'm too cheap to keep them on. But thank you, really, really kind of you. The last scene of the Bridges of Madison County, but he does pay for the best scene from a movie and a TV show. Oh, I'm really going to enjoy this. Guys, get these in the comments. I think that's what Rosie's saying. The last scene from Bridges of Madison County. I haven't seen it. The scene from The Big Lebowski where the dude drops his joint, tries to put it out with beer and then crashes his car. Yes. Oh, God, that's such a good question, but there's so many. I don't know how to... I think for me, I might be a bit boring and go for one out of Pulp Fiction. Because when I saw it in the cinema, I was front row, and it was the bit where he shoots him on the sofa, and I'm like, because it's happening live. I'm like, did he just shoot the guy on the sofa? So I'm sorry, did I break your concentration? That's such a cool bit.
I'm thinking of this could sound really pretentious, but in the Shawshank Redemption, when he actually escapes the prison, and he stands there and looks up at the rain, and the rain falls on him and stuff like that. It's like, you've made me wait nearly 3 hours for that. Very nice. Yeah. Very nice.
That's like, what is it in Family Guy where they go the bit in the movie where they say the name of the movie? That's always quite a nice bit.
That's one of my favourite tropes of Statham movies. Is basically like what's the one he did last year where I need to look this up. But basically, one of the characters says the name of the movie, and then Jason Statham will always like look at the camera and think, like he said the name of the movie.
Oh, The Beekeeper. I want my money back. I watched it for free. It's fucking dreadful. Titanic 4 and 5 and 0, Rosie. Let's get working on that. I think we can do that. I think we could write that. The best scene from a series, Breaking Bad, The Desert with Hank and Walt. Best scene in a movie for me has to be Kaiser Soze revealing Usual Suspects. That is a good one. I like that as well because I didn't see that coming. And here's a quick funny game you can play. You have to say I see dead people, but in loads of different ways. I see dead people? Anyway, maybe it's just me. The last scene in Catastrophe, I started watching the first 5 minutes of it. Last scene in Green Book.
The film I'm thinking of is He's a Working Man. It's like, those are working man's hands. It's like, yeah, I see what you've done there.
There's so many great. I mean, I think to narrow it down to one favourite one would be really tough.
I do like The Beekeeper though. That should have a sequel.
Well, what other insects could he keep in the sequel? Do you mean like he could
just get another beehive?
Oh, beehive.
The Bees Keeper. Or something like that. I don't know, but
I don't know if it's true. I think it's true. The Madness of King George was what they called it in America because they couldn't say King George III because Americans wouldn't have gone to see it because they hadn't seen the previous two films. Any scene in Cool Runnings? No, I'm not on that. I didn't really love that film as much. It's definitely not my favourite John Candy. Planes, Trains and Automobiles. The scene where he gets dropped off to pick up a rental car and he gets dropped off too early, walks... They use that. There's a quota of swear words you're allowed in a film, and they use them all in that scene. And I think that's what all films should do. It should just be 1 30-second. You can start by wiping that fucking rosy smile off your fucking rosy cheeks and give me the fucking car keys. You know, all this. It's just like Steve Martin just absolutely nails it. But a scene I think of quite a lot, and I think there's a documentary about John Candy where I know I'm a good person. My wife loves me. It's such a moving scene. See, the films in the 80s were silly and daft, but they had this soul to them. That film's got real soul to it. The scene in First Wives Club when the fall on the window cleaners lift. And the fall on the widow cleaners lift. Scene in First Wives Club.
I mainly remember the First Wives Club movie because it was around the time I first got Sky, and they were big on promoting Sky box office.
Yeah.
So basically, they kept showing me the trailer for First Wives Club. It was like, yeah, that's really cool, but I'm not.
Jack Nicholson, isn't it? I don't think I've seen it, but I've confused it when Rosie was right. Yeah, I like Goldie Hawn, but it's what I was thinking of Till Death Do Us Part, where it's the two. And they live forever, but I think Goldie Hawn's in that as well.
You referring? Bruce Willis is in it.
Bruce Willis, yeah.
Death Becomes Her.
Death Becomes Her. Sorry, that's it. Yeah. Who plays the? Is it? It's a brilliant actor, isn't it? Mel Streep's in that, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. Harry Met Sally. Rosie, there's never a time we're ever going to talk about films where you don't immediately get to When Harry Met Sally, is there? It's just a staple. Just meet there discussing differences in men and women. There are no differences. I just want more Riddick movies. Blues Brothers when Aretha is singing. Hell yeah. Last seen in Grace and Frankie. Don't think I've seen it.
It's Netflix, I believe.
T-Rex breakout scene in Jurassic Park. I can't hear the theme tune. Is it Nick Mohammed where he does theme tunes, classical music? But he actually gives some lyrics, and his lyrics for the na 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 is it's Jurassic Park, what a massive park, what could possibly go wrong? And for me, that's just it. I hear it now. I can't unhear it. What could possibly go wrong? Did comedies change when John Candy died? Yeah. The day John Candy died. Well, I didn't rate Cool Runnings that much, but. There's Uncle Buck where he's got the little kid asking him questions. He goes, "You ask a lot of questions. I'm a kid."
Cool Runnings is one of the few movies I've actually cried at.
Why?
I can explain it.
I think you're going to have to.
Not because of the plot, more because of the triumphant music that played when they were carrying the sleigh to the finish line. I know.
As a man who's seen, let's be clear, quite a lot more movies than the average person. I mean, you are a committed moviegoer. You've seen Melania in the theatres on its release day. I mean, you're in a handful of people who can say that. Literally 38 people in your cinema.
It's a great movie.
So you've seen some movies. You've seen Schindler's List and things like that, and yet the film that made you cry was the Jamaican bobsleigh team.
Yeah. I don't know why. Well, I say that, but obviously I know why. It's because of the triumphant music, and it's basically like
have you seen it twice and cried both times?
End.
But have you seen it more than once, and do you cry every time you see it?
No, not every time. It was the one time. Yeah. The one time it happened.
That could have just been your hormones. Do you know what I mean?
It may well have been. Yeah. But I can't go through life and not admit that happened.
No, I by all means, share. This is a support group. But I will share in the spirit that you have opened up. I will say Bicentennial Man. I've seen that 3 times and I've cried every single time. It's Robin Williams. It's the soppiest, silliest film of all time. It's based on a good book. But it's panned. Everyone hates that film. I watch it and cry every single time.
My other one that I have cried at is basically Don't Turn Out the Lights, Boss, at the end of the Green Mile.
Oh, God. Oh, mate. That's a brilliant film.
That has got me more than
that.
one.
That is a brilliant. Yeah, that's... If you can't cry through that, what's the point? But, this is not to derail what is otherwise really fun. I met the woman... The scene where the synthetic sponge causes his head to burn... I met a woman her husband Jesse Tefero, that's based on him. That's what happened to him. That they used a synthetic sponge, and for 7 minutes his head was on fire. And what's even worse about it was he's absolutely innocent. She knew because she was there. She's been accused as well, and it was later proved he was innocent. But Dancer put a pin in the joyful moment there with an exploding head story. I don't have any others, don't worry. I don't think I've ever seen a Robin Williams movie I didn't like. Oh, okay, well, this is a good challenge. Challenge accepted. Moscow on the Hudson? No, actually, I quite like Moscow on the Hudson. I'm a huge Robin Williams fan. But anyone who's seen Popeye, that's a shit.
Have you seen Toys?
Yeah. Toys is still better than Popeye.
Well, no, I've just heard that. No, I've not heard anything good
LL
about
Cool
it.
J's in that, isn't he? In Toys.
I've never seen it, but all I know about it is it's the movie he did because he agreed to do Aladdin, and he basically agreed to do Aladdin if they would finance Toys.
Weird, because it's a shit film. It's a kind of Willy Wonka, strange. It's beautiful in design. It's like there were films in the. I think I'm right in saying it was early 90s, but it might even be a late 80s film. But it is that kind of very aesthetic, not much plot, very cinematic and aesthetic, but not really for me. Definitely.
It's the vision of one man, and that man is Robin Williams, basically.
And that man has stopped taking drugs, but still remembers what it was like. That's what it feels like. Robin Williams is always going to be one of my absolute heroes. Mork and Mindy, obviously, I grew up wishing to be him. Nanu. But I mean, they're not all great films. World According to Garp is a pretty tough watch. These are all films he made before somebody finally went, you know what would be good? If we hire Robin Williams for a film and then just let him make up the script as he goes along in Good Morning Vietnam. Because until you do that, like Aladdin, you know, I mean, I think that's one of the few times a studio would let the voiceover artist speak and then draw around him. For the rest of it, it's like, you've got to say these things. In Departed, Where Everyone Dies, I'm trying to remember Departed. Is that the Boston?
That's the mafia movie, isn't it? With Nicholson and Ray Winston and Leonardo DiCaprio, Matt Damon, off the top of my head.
Yeah, there's two, isn't there? There's one where they all went to a boys' school and they were all abused by the same guy. And then there's one...
Isn't that
Departed.
Sleepers?
Sleepers, I think you're right, yeah. But in Departed, doesn't Matt Damon play... Who plays the goody baddie? I'll have to look it up. I've definitely seen it.
Leonardo DiCaprio and Matt Damon both undercover?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you're right. I'd have to go back. When Harry Met Sally is one of the best movies ever made. I've already mentioned it. Nick Mohammed is brilliant. He was great in Last One Laughing. I saw him on stage years ago, and he just does this thing where he peels a banana and he goes, "What's that? What's that?" I just love him. Uncle Buck. Unforgiven has many memorable scenes. I like Unforgiven. I'm slowly, as I get older, I'm slowly moving towards westerns. I like a western. Simpler Times. See
What's
someone you
Good,
don't
Bad,
like.
and the Ugly the other day?
Do you know I haven't watched that trilogy. I haven't watched Fistful of Dollars. I haven't watched...
That's the only one of them I've seen, and even then I only
Isn't
watched
that the
like the
last
last hour
one?
and a half.
I think that's the last one in the trilogy.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna. It's what I said. Like, I'd have to watch it on my own. I can't get anyone else to watch it with me. John Candy's documentary "I Like Me" is heartbreaking but brilliant to watch. I'm definitely gonna watch it. I have to be in the right mood. Can you do a watch along to top 5 movie scenes? Yeah, do you know what? Like, if you load them up, we can. They'd have to be on YouTube, I guess. I love the idea. I want to do more movie streams anyway, because you know what? No one ever comes in here spamming movie streams. You know, problem with this film is that, never get that. La Marseille is unbelievably good in Casablanca. There are several. I haven't seen Casablanca. Isn't that bad? Have you seen Casablanca?
I've not seen it.
No. All right. Okay. So Bobby's put Dark Knight. There's Something About Mary. Jungle Book original. That is an eclectic triple bill. You'd probably do it in reverse order, wouldn't you? I like Something About Mary. Le Cage aux Folles. What was The Birdcage with Robin Williams? I watched that a couple of weeks ago. That is hysterically funny. I hadn't watched it in 20 years, and I watched it. Our eldest was back from uni. He watched it with us. When you watch a film with someone and they're hurting laughing, it was brilliant. I loved it. Good choices indeed. Best musical ever made. God, I love that question. I'm going to say
Best
Bugsy Malone.
musical ever made.
Bugsy Malone, or Luck Be a Lady Tonight. What's that, Guys and
Team
Dolls?
America World Police.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. All right. You got yes. Yeah. That's
It's
so
got
funny
musical
though, isn't
elements.
it? Because you've in a one fell swoop that film changes the normal demographic of musical, like because people who would never watch a musical. That is actually, you've given me an idea. The funniest scene in any film for me up there. I don't know how you'd balance them out because it's moved to put the bit where he goes, "I'm a very important man. I've got far more important things to do than to have oral sex with you." And he gets in the car. I shit you not, my best mate Sean, he was like, "You got to watch this film. You'll love it." And then when he's doing that thing, he just reached for the remote control. And I was like, "What's he doing? This is a good film. We don't want to stop it." And then as soon as he goes, "Now suck my cock," he paused it so I could have a meltdown. I was like, "This is too funny." He goes, "I knew that would get you. Now suck my cock."
It's a great film. It's a great film.
That's brilliant.
It was, originally it was intended to just be a recreation of the movie Armageddon with
Oh,
puppets.
is that right?
Yeah, but before they quickly realised in the planning stage that we're not actually be able to make that.
I nearly watched Armageddon a couple of last weekend because I just love a disaster movie. I also know with Team America, World Police, America, fuck yeah, they when because they saw Thunderbirds and like for Americans they're like, what the fuck is this? They go, we want to make a film with puppets. How hard can it be? It's like, and they did the whole beginning scene for the movie producers. So they just spent a fortune and they're sitting there going, gotta love them, man.
It's so clever.
What's one movie or book that's changed the way you look at life? For me, it changed my life completely. It's a book by Jim Dodge called Stone Junction, which no one's ever heard of. It's a brilliant book. It changed my entire life. I think within about 6 months of reading that book, I changed my career and everything. Yeah, wonderful. 3:10 to Human. Never seen it. Is that good, Jose? I really want to see that because it's one of those cowboy films I'd have to watch by myself late at night. What are the top 5 movie scenes? Was the question. Sorry, Tom.
No, I was just asking Peter Gunner if that has Christian Bale in it. I've obviously not seen it, but just wondering.
It's a remake actually, but I think I'd watch the latest one. Arsenal 3-1 away win tomorrow. Sorry, Miss Melina, we've already agreed. Mr. Tom and I have agreed that it's a draw. So I don't know. We didn't say whether it's going to be 1-1 or 2-2. I think 2-2. You all right with that?
I'll take a 7-7.
Yeah. I mean, that's. Have you seen our forward line? Do you know how many chances Gyökeres would need to get to score a hat trick? It's about 15.
I hope I don't find out tomorrow.
No, you won't find it. Mind you, with Kai Havertz, now Kai Havertz is the saviour. The original Jungle Book is class. I only watched that 15 years ago. I'd never seen it, and I do love it. And when we went to Disney World, Baloo waved at me from the parade, and that was a moment for me. I mean, I was in my late 30s, but it was like, it was still a moment. Don't take that away from me. West Side Story is Warriors Come Out to Play. I do love West Side Story. It's one of because musical's one thing, but musical with dancing, normally I'd run a mile, but that's a great one. Bobby saying,
I love a well choreographed dance scene, but I don't like them when they're made to look really spontaneous. It's like, but how can it be spontaneous and really well choreographed?
The whole thing doesn't make any sense to me. Although as a boy I watched Gene Kelly and wanted to learn to do tap dancing, so I went to the local community centre in West Hampstead and signed up. They were like, you can't just do tap, you've got to do tap, modern and ballet. So I did about 5 lessons of ballet, and then she was like, all right, you can just do tap. And then I did about 3 more lessons of tap, and she said, you can't do this either, you're shit. So I got booted out. Oh, well. Calamity Jane, Sweeney Todd, I couldn't. Boy, tell you, do you know what's funny about that? We're talking about musicals. I put Sweeney Todd on in the days where you had streaming platforms you used to nick films from, and they were always a bit shit quality, but it's free. And it was on for about 2 minutes, and then people started singing, and that's as much as I've ever seen of it. I was like, I'm not watching a musical like Sweeney Todd. Nah. Guys and dolls down. Luck be a lady tonight. Son, wishing I could stake you to a very healthy start, but unfortunately I do not have the necessary letters, so I'm going to stake you to some good advice instead. One of these days, a man you've never met before is going to tell you that he can take as an as yet unopened deck of cards and make the Jack of Hearts jump out and spit cider in your ear. And son, you're not going to take this bet, because as sure as you are standing there, you will end up with an earful of cider. Some of the best advice you'll ever get in your life. It's based on one of my favourite human beings of all time, Titanic Thompson. He's a real person who used to do these proposition bets, and he'd always win them because he was always offering bets that were too good to be true, and he already had an advantage on them. The best musical, Mary Poppins. I've never seen Mary Poppins.
I'm just going to go with World America Team Police.
Does that really count as it is a
No,
musical?
it doesn't count, and I named it wrong.
Yeah, I know, as you were saying
America.
it, I was trying to work out which Team America World Police, yeah. Rosie, 1 is The Big Lebowski. Big Lebowski's great. I don't like it as much as everyone else. It's a good film, but he's the sort of bloke that I'd want to... He's such an annoying git in it. Like, do you know what I mean? They all are, really. John Goodman is in that as well, isn't he? He's brilliant. A Life in 4 Chapters. That's a little bit interesting. I don't know that one. And This is Spinal Tap. All right, okay. This is Spinal Tap a musical? Who's on the site? I'm happy to call This is Spinal Tap a musical. Technically, it's a documentary. I mean,
I'm not going to lose sleep over it. It's like same as Die Hard, Christmas movie.
Like, which is a Christmas movie?
Like when people argue that Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
Never seen that either. And when I say that to people, you've never seen Die Hard? And I was like, oh, come on, man. If you're not really mad about action films, this is not the film for me, is it?
Well, Die Hard's my favourite film.
I just don't get it. I don't know why.
But, I enjoy it.
Yeah. I don't, but do you enjoy it because you saw it when you were younger? Would you enjoy it if it came out today, do you think? Is it that good a movie? I have no opinion on it because I've never seen it. It would be like having an opinion. Yeah, I don't deserve an opinion.
I feel my thing with it is that, again, it's a lot of nostalgia because, again, I saw it when I was younger. And, like, for example, I actually think Die Hard 3 is, I don't want to say it's better than Die Hard 1 because that's not true, but there's a lot of it that is better, if you get what I mean. Because obviously, the thing with Die Hard 1, the location is the building that he's trapped in. Whereas in Die Hard 3, the arena is the entire city, as such.
Not as much. Yeah, I get it. It's just not. Oh, but I have no opinion on it. Like I've never seen it, but I also forgot to say Box Fresh was here, and I've just read his thing out. Warriors come out to play and not said hello and good to see you. Thank you for being here. Calamity Jane.
Warriors is a good film as well.
I didn't like it. One of my best mates is mad about it. Used to put it on every month, once a month.
I'm not mad about it, but it's fine.
No, he's like his big things were Chaz and Dave. Just almost like when you pick things that are just so niche because you know no one else is going to like them. The Cannonball. What are films where they're eastbound down, Cannonball Run? So we'd all get really pissed. We'd end up back at his. Either we'd put Chaz and Dave on the Cannonball Run, or not for me. Guys and Dolls. I've read some of these. What have I done? Gone back? It's because I went back. Yes, it has Christian Bale. It's incredible. What are 3 movies you guys would watch on repeat? Oh, I'm such a bloke. I hate how much of a bloke I am. It's embarrassing. Godfather. Do you know what I mean? Like what is it about gangster movies and people like me? It's like, I don't know. I saw this really funny TikTok, not TikTok, but it was like a YouTube short where it was a clip called "What Lesbians Hear When They Hear Men Speaking," and it was actually really funny. It was like she's just using words like, and one at the very end, and she just goes, "Martin Scorsese." I was like, yeah, that's pretty me.
I can answer the question on what movie is better than the original. Scarface is better than the original movie.
I'll give you that. Yeah. That's another one I watch clips of all the time. And I quote all the time as well. In this life, you've got your word and your balls, and I don't break them for no one. And his Cuban accent. I just love Al Pacino. Al Pacino, all day long. Best actor, I think, for money, my money, he's up there. He's got to be in the top
My
three.
thing with Scarface, and I'm about a hypocrite myself when I say this, but I think Scarface is an average movie, but he makes it, he elevates it, a bit like Training Day. It's an average movie, but Denzel Washington is so good as Alonzo Harris that he elevates the film.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I cannot agree more wholeheartedly. If you actually sit down to watch Scarface, you know you're watching a pretty crappy movie. But his performance makes it watchable. But like the things that happen in it are a bit schlock horror. It's all ridiculous. The ending is ridiculous, and every bit in between. But it's the sound. It's the way he makes that film. It's very reminds me a little bit of the first Hannibal, which I've totally forgotten what it's called. I think we talked about this last time.
Are you thinking of Mindhunter?
Is it
Manhunter? No, Mindhunter is a series on Netflix, and
that's
why
right.
I said that.
Manhunter. So that original, really beautiful colours, that really deep, resonant background music, and so that's what there are elements of that in Scarface. But then there are some. So I like the film a lot because of Al Pacino. Scent of a Woman I like because of Al Pacino. Carlitos Way. Every film he's in, he's somebody completely different, utterly believable. The speech from Any Given Sunday, you know, the bit he does where he's in, I've totally forgotten what it was, but he runs a sports book, and he goes into a Gamblers Anonymous, and he sits in there and he gives a speech, and he goes, "You're all losers," and he hands out his business card because he's a bookie. It's just fucking genius. I might have Al Pacino on the show actually. See if we can get him on here. It's you know when you get to a certain age and that he doesn't look like Al Pacino anymore. He's just had a baby. He's 82. He's just had a baby.
I remember him doing a film I was about to say Al Pacino. I mean, you were talking about Al Pacino. Robert De Niro. He did one called Righteous Kill.
Yeah, I just started watching it last week. I can't be arsed. I just can't be arsed. I don't care. It's just the two of them. I think I might. Don't get me wrong. I might even have watched the whole film, and I was like,
it's the most overhyped.
Oh, I have seen the whole film.
I'll ever see.
It's the most stupid film because from the very beginning I knew who'd done it, and I also knew that there was going to be a scene where they go, and he's sitting in the diner and he goes, "I'm morally certain he didn't do it." And I goes, "Well, that's you saying you did it." And then you have to wait another hour for everyone to go, "Oh my!" And it's not. Listen. Anytime De Niro and Al Pacino are on scene together, I'll watch it. But I didn't enjoy Heat.
They're reunited for the first time since Heat, and I'm sat there like, well, why wouldn't I just watch Heat?
Yeah, well, couldn't you just write them a good movie then? Like, what happened? De Niro, ever since I watched him in The Irishman, there are some really massive problems in that film. None more than the CGIing over Robert De Niro when he's kicking.
The CGI in The Irishman is absurd.
When he's kicking the guy, but he's actually a 70-something-year-old man kicking him, so he has all the body movements of a 70-year-old man, but he's CGI'd to look younger. And you go, can I make a suggestion? In the days before CGI, you would have had to get someone who looks a bit like him to do that scene, and that man would have probably not been in his 70s, and you'd have carried it off. Don't get me wrong. I like The Irish. I read the book, I Paint Houses, which it's based on, years ago. So I've been desperately waiting for that film for years. And when it came out, I enjoyed it. But you can't watch it too often, can you? It's like 5 days long or something. So remakes are better than the originals. I think you've absolutely nailed it on Scarface. I'm going to give that one a bit of thought. There is one of my fave films is White Men Can't Jump. Ah, mate, love that film. Love it. When my mate, the phenom Theo, was running deep in the World Series, I was his rail bird. I would be cheering him on from the rail, and he was playing Action Dan Harrington, who was one of my poker heroes. But me and him had this thing where I would be the hype man, and I would go, I'd say, he's making it look too goddamn easy, and shit like that from the film White Men. Why don't we take all these bricks that you've been throwing and build a shelter so that your mother and sister will have somewhere to live when I throw them out? The shit talking in White Men Can't Jump is absolutely... They've remade that, though. I'm almost certain that the remake is not worth watching, but I haven't watched it. I have not seen the classics. I haven't seen Mary Poppins. I haven't seen The Sound of Music. I haven't seen Die Hard. There's a few I haven't seen, and I'm not going to. This is Spinal Tap is a musical. Rosie has spoken. Rosie is right. Rosie is the adjudicator on these things. I'll take that.
Well, I mean, it's about a band, so why wouldn't it be?
I think if I was going to play devil's advocate, which I am apparently now, I can feel myself doing it even though I don't want to. But I would say that the music isn't part of the film. So in a musical, it's usually something that should be spoken is sung, whereas this is just them they are naturally a band, so therefore not every film about a band becomes a musical. I don't think. It's not like one character starts singing to the other. When they're standing on Elvis's grave talking about the barbershop ragga that they were going to do and they can't get a harmony, and I'm just like, this is too funny. But I didn't know anything about This Is Spinal Tap, and I watched it about 9 years after it came out on TV on a New Year's Eve. And I didn't know it was a mockumentary because I'd never heard of that genre before. I think it was the genre-defining film. I think it was the first of its kind. And I didn't know it was a joke until he starts doing that thing with the little, look at that, the bread doesn't fit. And then it was about 5 years after I'd seen it where someone said to me, both the lead actors are American. I was like, no, they're not. I know the bassist is, but you mean the two? He goes, no, they're both American. I was like, there is no way on earth those two people, that's perfect, flawless English accents. And then it turns out they both lived over here when they were kids. But yeah, Nigel Tufnell's an American. I was like, who is the greatest movie of Al Pacino? Oh, yeah. Who has the greatest movie out of Al Pacino or De Niro? Al Pacino. I don't think Dog Day Afternoon is my favourite Al Pacino. And Raging Bull's a good film, but it's on now. It's on one of the platforms now, and I can't bring myself to watch it again. It's just too sad.
Pacino is superior to De Niro, but again, it's like 1A and 1B, I suppose. But
I don't I don't dislike De Niro in any films, but he does just play himself.
I like how when Al Pacino's gone for the, I don't know what you'd call it, like the scraping the barrel type movies, he then still chooses Jack and Jill, and it's like, you have hitched yourself to Sandler, so say what you will, but you're gonna still make some money doing it.
Yeah, well, I don't think either of them are short a bob or two.
Yeah.
For me, I would stand by. I had this brilliant definition of great actors where the guy that I was talking to, and this was in Vegas, so everyone always lies, but the guy said, I helped write Friends. And I was like, yeah, of course I did. And I was in it. I played Joey Tribbiani. And he was like, it was one of them, you don't know who he is. And I was doing a meet and greet, so I had to be nice to everyone. And he was wearing really cheap flip-flops, Bermuda shorts, and a stupid shirt and baseball. So I thought this guy's an absolute muffin. But he was like, yeah, we wrote it around David Schwimmer. But the rest of them we just cast and wrote the parts around the actors. Because in Hollywood, most actors can't act. They can play themselves really well in different roles. And he said there's three, I think he said 3 or 5 good actors in the world. One of them is, and he's Jack Nicholson. I forget the other two, but it always stuck with me because I was like, yeah, if you start judging actors by, if I think of Al Pacino as like any of his main characters, they are fundamentally always really different. He plays Scarface, so he plays a Cuban. I'm not saying his accents are good, But Carlos Brigante in Carlito's Way, Carlito Brigante, that's just a brilliant. He doesn't feel like Al Pacino at all. Oh, here we go. Box Fresh. I know. I can't help you. I was in prison when it came out. Damn, how have you not seen Die Hard?
Good film.
Sorry for caps, no more, promise. Die Hard is 100% a Christmas movie, Dan. You should watch it still. Showed my wife last year the first time, and now she demands it for every Christmas. That's what she's telling you. If you hang on a minute.
When I was, I say younger, when I was about 20, I used to argue that Die Hard was a Christmas film. But then ultimately, then eventually, when it became accepted as a Christmas film, like anyone that gets their way, suddenly it's like, oh, it doesn't matter to me anymore.
Yeah, because you've made your point and everyone's jumped on it. It's like
once I've taken up society and got my way.
Yeah, it's like when I've taken up the mantle of your bizarre Back to the Future. But what was I watching? I must have told you about this, where someone actually made your. I think I did mention it to you. Someone actually made your point on a thing I was watching, and he was like, "So, were you trying to tell me the best situation that he could go to?" And this is recent, so I know it was after you'd come up with it. And I was like, "Tom would love this." They're just saying exactly what you were saying. I'm totally on board. But now that you've sold it to me and loads of other people, you're like, "Yeah, new theory." You're an innovator. That's what you are.
Well, I saw someone else say it, admittedly, because I started thinking, how have I not spotted this?
Yeah. It's like for me, it's as clear as day now. Did you guys like any rom-coms?
I actually liked How to. I'm probably getting the name wrong, but How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days or something like that. It was Matthew McConaughey and Kate Hudson.
Yes. That's good. It's got some good. Yes, but it's a typical rom-com. It's like chewing gum for the mind, isn't it? And then
there's no. I was about to say there's nothing about it that is different from anything else, but they did it really well, from what I remember.
What about Bridesmaids? Not for me. I saw that in the cinema. I thought it was really tedious.
I thought it was all right. Bridesmaids.
Yeah, it's all right. I didn't hate it. Just to be Dead Man's Shoes, best film free on YouTube. Dead Man's Shoes.
That's true. It is on YouTube.
It's a great film.
It's a good film. Good film.
That's another twist that I didn't necessarily see coming. Al Pacino interviewing Pol Pot would be a good one. Yeah, why not?
Liar, liar.
The best actor of all time is Dean Gaffney, who played Robbie in EastEnders. Yes, he did. Fuck, hear me out. That's the
seminal
spirit.
Performance.
That's the spirit. Hear me out. I think that's a bit too hear me out, though, to be fair. He is a brilliant film. Devil's Advocate. I like Devil's Advocate, but it's not a brilliant film. Isn't that Keanu Reeves, quote unquote, acting?
Yes. Keanu Reeves is a great example of the point you were making, because I don't think he does act. He just turns up and it's like he's Keanu Reeves.
I think,
which is why John Wick works so well, because he's personalityless.
I can't get on that. I like things like that. Just so like, you killed his dog. Oh no! Now there's going to be a tsunami of death. That seems an appropriate and proportionate response, doesn't it? I mean, like, why not? You know, like you stole his car. He's not going to sleep till I don't know what it is about America where they like the idea of these. You know, when I watch First Blood was brilliant, but I have fallen in love with it all over again when I've heard Stallone talking about it and saying how he tried to buy his way out of that film. It was so bad. And then in the end, he made it a good film by cutting all his dialogue, because it was a constant rambling monologue of like philosophy from this character. And he just went, this is just so bad. Cut all my speaking scenes, like everything. And this film, so that's a genius bit of film craft. But American culture, which, you know, England now is basically an American outpost. So we have the same kind of culture. But we want one really trained man to kill everybody. I think we want it to be us, but I know it's not me. I sometimes struggle to open jars of pickles, so I know I'm probably not. What's the film where, is it Bridget Fonda, and she finds out that she's actually a sleeper agent? She's using a knife and she's chopping vegetables, and she's like a really skilled assassin.
Is it Assassins or something like that?
Possibly. It's like that. It's like the Simpson thing where it goes, what's the film where they're the bus, and there's a certain speed that they're not allowed to go over, and if it goes over a certain speed, that the whole bus will blow up, and the speed is kind of level, but they can't exceed the speed. What's that film called?
It's the bus that won't slow down.
Yeah. Laugh my ass off. Dean Gaffney and Wellard. Yes, exactly. Ricky. Hello, Gary. Hello, Gary. Bye, Gary. Heat with Melissa McCarthy and Sandra Bullock. Yeah, do you know what? There was that moment. You know when they did Ghostbusters, and they had to do the all-female one. Come on, man, don't stop there. You know, let's do all of the. Let's do absolutely. Let's do the Alamo, all women. Let's do everything. Like just every film ever made with too many men in it that doesn't pass the Bechdel test. Have you heard of the Bechdel test?
I probably have, but tell me again.
It's a feminist thing where they noticed that films hardly ever get made where two female characters will have a conversation and it's not about a man. That the woman always gets risk. Yeah, and they go through all these films and they kind of score them, which is why they made Frozen, because in Frozen it's like the women come together and solve a problem not by fighting but by collaborating, and it's like, yeah, okay. I'm all for a more fitting depiction of women than is presented by Hollywood, certainly. But when you deliberately go out of your way to make Ghostbusters with women in it, it's like, I don't know.
I thought their marketing approach, where basically they came out and basically said, well, for a start, marketing it by basically saying it's the most disliked video on YouTube ever, the trailer, is probably not a great way to start.
And that's coming from someone who just went to see Melania, you know? They didn't have fantastic write-ups on YouTube, did they? I mean, all I know about it is that no one's going to see it, and I've now met someone who's seen it.
And I wanted to know why I was going to see it. I'm basically, if I was to review that movie right now, I'd go, is it good? No. Is it interesting?
Wait and see how many people ask you that. Wait and see, because I did not. No one's ever going to ask you, was Melania good? Because I've always, do you know what? Like, it kind of, the way it was, the spiel I saw was, you've always wanted to know what she's really like. No, I haven't. Like, no.
That's interesting, Dan. While I was watching it, I was sitting there thinking, I've never at any point in the lead up, from the moment when I knew I was going to watch it to the moment I am watching it, sitting thinking, what is she like? I want to know what her personality is like, because no one gives a fuck.
At all. You could, I might as well just turn to the person next to me in the cinema, although I'm not convinced there would be one in this case, and just go, what are you like? Because I'm desperate. I'm definitely more interested in. I just always assumed that she was a, you know, it's that brilliant line from Mrs. Merton, Caroline Aherne, rest in peace, brilliant British comedy writer, and her character.
What
Mrs.
attracted
Merton,
you to the multi-millionaire Donald Trump?
Yeah, exactly. That's how I always see it.
Presumably.
What was it? Yeah, what first attracted you to multi-millionaire Donald Trump? It's like, you know, duh. That's exactly what I hear. That's when you know you've cracked it, when you've come up with a line like that where it just always just resonates. Boy, there was a movie about a town of android cyborgs in the apocalypse I watched as a kid in '97. I think the movie was much older than that, but it's the best sci-fi I've ever seen.
That kind of sounds like the plot of They Live, ironically. I know it's not They Live, but it sounds like the plot of it.
I had this amazing experience. I was 6 years old, and we were watching television, and I lived in the Middle East for a couple of years as a small boy, so the TV wasn't censored in the same way, and it was daylight. I remember it being daylight, and I was watching telly, and my mum and stepdad were sort of milling around, but it was a guy who goes to use a freshly installed phone box in his town square, and he goes to use it, makes his phone call, then he goes to leave, and the door won't open. So he's trying to push this door and pull this door. A little crowd gathers around him. They're all trying to help. They try and use various implements. And ultimately, for the longest time, he's not able to get out. So he calls for help. And these guys come and load this phone booth with him in it onto the back of a truck. And for about 5 minutes, it's just him on the back of this truck, really pissed off, you know, with his... and it's just driving across the motorway, and there's other trucks and cars, and it gets to this big warehouse, and they open these big shutters, and it's a dark warehouse, and as they drive in, and as they're driving through, the lights come up, and there's just row upon row of phone booths with skeletons in. And I didn't know what it was called. I got to the point where I was like, I was at a party about 35 years later, and my friend's boyfriend is a real film buff, and I start explaining, went, oh, La Cabina. And I was like, shit, I'd got to the point where I thought, I might have invented this. I might have made this up in my 7-year-old, 6-year-old brain. And I've seen it since, and it is out there, and it's just the most incredible, because it's a silent movie. No one says anything. But it's just, you go through, and then he starts panicking, and then the lights just go down, and that's it. Anyway, best Jack Nicholson movie ever. Someone mentioned The Shining already. I think that's an easy go-to.
Obviously, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is probably going to do quite well in this, I imagine.
It's in the top 3. Shining, Cuckoo's Nest. What's the one where he plays the guy with OCD? That's brilliant. And
As Good as It Gets.
And the woman says, is it Laura Dern's character? I think she's in it. Or maybe I'll confuse her with another woman that's brilliant as well. She says, how do you write such good parts for women? He goes, I basically write a male character. Then I take away all rationality and logic. Such a shithead. Perfect, though. Men are better. Just a saying. Top 3.
Helen Hunt. Sorry,
that's
it.
Said. Oh, is it Helen Hunt? It
yeah, Helen Hunt's in As Good as It Gets, yeah.
Yeah. There's a few that I always get confused. She's definitely one of them. The One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was a great Nicholson film. Yeah, totally. Bridget Jones. Is that you saying top 3 rom-coms? I mean, come on. Pretty Woman.
That weren't one of Nicholson's best, was it? Bridget Jones.
Love to see him.
It'd be a lot more interesting if he was in it.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Bridget Jones is pish. I love that when we did the rom-com rom-com quiz, and there are some rom-coms that Rosie doesn't like, and you just go, well, what are we doing here? Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, brilliant film, brilliant film. Ruprecht, we still do that as a family. If someone's coming round, we all joke about who's going to be Ruprecht this time. Have a little cork on a fork and go, Ruprecht, don't make me get the restraining cuff. I don't know what that is, but it sounds brilliant. One Flew Over Cuckoo's Nest is possibly one of the best movies ever made. I agree. I think we all do. Hawkwind! I don't care what time it is when Hawkwind arrives. It can mean only one thing. That's as much as you're getting if you're going to be this late. Hawkwind. Ooh, hello. Nice to see you, though. To see you, nice. I've watched that movie every year for the phenomenal acting, especially Louise Fletcher and Jack Nicholson, but everyone in that film deserves a mention. So you're talking about, I'm guessing you were talking about One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Rosie.
Yeah, she's Nurse Ratched.
Pretty Woman is a classic. I don't like that film. Oh, Sergeant Barnes in Platoon was mental. Berenger, wasn't it? Tom Berenger. Is that right? Am I getting it right? Yeah, Barnes and Elias. Were fighting over my soul. Okay. Couldn't think of anything worse, Rosie. Legally Blonde was good. Yeah, I've never seen that. I loved One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. A memorable performance by Jack Nicholson. I think 5 Easy Pieces. Jack Nicholson. That's a good film. I don't think I hate any Jack Nicholson. Oh, A Few Good Men. You want the truth? You couldn't handle the truth. I might redub it just for a laugh. You want the truth? Oh, stop it. I've watched that movie. Here we go. Tom Hanks in The Green Mile. Tom Hanks, actually, hear me out. I'm going to play my Hear Me Out card. I don't actually have. I should have a Hear Me Out card. I don't have it, but just
we'll
imagine
pretend you have one.
You're going to pretend that's my Hear Me Out card, right? I really like Tom Hanks.
I think he's fantastic. The Terminal springs to mind for me.
Nuts.
It's a great movie.
Not seen. I
You've
really
not
want.
seen
It's
Terminal?
on. No, I haven't. I don't know why it escaped me. I've seen. Problem is, I know it's based on a true story, and the guy died recently. That it's based on.
I imagine you'd enjoy it if you watch
I
it.
would. The only one I didn't enjoy, and it wasn't that I didn't enjoy it. Just Castaway. Yeah. Bloke on an island. Because I'm an introvert. I watch things like that and go, what's the challenge here? You know, what's the difficulty? Like, why is he desperate to get off the island? Do you know, I'd do it as a timeshare. I'll go on the island. You can leave. I don't know. He's got a shit life and he's on a desert island and suddenly he wants to get off the desert island. Some people are never happy, are they? He's got a basketball for a friend. What the fuck more do you want? Seriously. Forrest Gump. Okay. I don't like Forrest Gump. I like the soundtrack. It's too long.
It's a good movie.
I didn't like it. I don't hate it. It's a I don't know. On a rating system, I'd give it a 6. I'd watch it again, but I'm not looking forward to it. Paranormal Activity. Haven't seen that. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have. I thought it was fine. Mm-hmm. For what it is, it's fine.
Yeah, Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, and Jack Nicholson got to be the 3 best actors of all time. That's such a blokey lineup, though, isn't it?
That's a good trio.
It's a brilliant trio. I can't even say I disagree. De Niro's fallen down the pecking order for me because I'm kind of sick of seeing him be the same person. If he'd stopped acting after... Well, I mean, he's made some great films. And I do think that Raging Bull is a great film. But I think Joe Pesci's better than that.
Pesci's really good.
He is. It's funny when you see him now as well, especially when you see him in something like The Irishman. That was like 5-10 years ago, wasn't it? So now he's very, very old, isn't he? How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. You were right about that one. I don't do anything outside of true films, rom-coms, or comedies boxed. It's good to have set rules. You don't want to accidentally enjoy something and then have to increase the whole, fucking I have to add that to my genre now. Jack Nicholson also great in A Few Good Men, and Hoffa. Hoffa, I hated that film. I was so bored of Hoffa.
I've not seen Hoffa.
I can't recommend it because it's just bah, 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 bah. Keanu Reeves did another good sci-fi flick. Did he? Oh, well, you're talking about... I guess you're talking about Red Pill, Blue Pill, aren't you? Which is a boring film. Matrix. Took Matrix.
Last week I watched a movie called Mercy, which was okay.
Don't know it. Who's it? Is he in that? Is he?
It's Chris Pratt.
Oh, I watch anything with him and he's funny. I haven't seen the one where they're in space.
Passengers.
Yeah.
I saw that. I saw that on Christmas Eve in 2016. Off the top of my head.
What is it? As old as that?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't realise it was.
It was okay though.
Yeah, I think I'd really like it. Jack Nicholson, one of the greatest actors of all time. I really like. I think for me, I like be cliche. Daniel Day-Lewis, and I still haven't seen My Left Foot. But Daniel Day-Lewis, Christian Bale. There's some good actors out there. Point Break, yeah. Acting super masterclass in Point Break, wasn't it? Freddy Krueger used to give me nightmare. Thanks, Hollywood. Yeah. Is Hitch a rom-com? I think it might be, Did Will Smith goof? I think it is, isn't it? Because he sets him up and... Yeah, of course it is, yeah.
Because isn't Eva Mendes in it? Correct me if I'm wrong, but...
I saw it on a plane and I didn't enjoy it. I almost read this too quickly because I was thinking... Meg. I thought it was a Meg franchise.
I enjoyed the Meg too.
Yeah, I might remake Meg 5, but it's Meg Ryan. That's even scarier. And people
a giant Meg Ryan coming up from under the sea.
Not even a giant one, just the actual Meg Ryan out of the sea, and they're like, fuck! Michael Parkinson trying to interview her. Cameron Diaz, Meg Ryan, tonight's Colette... Colette? What's that? Bette Midler, Rachel McAdams. Tonight's Colette? Don't know that one. McAdams, yeah. My cousin thinks she's a ghostbuster. A woman is floating around in her house, but she's on crack. All right, that's my favourite comment. So that got the best laugh out of me. but she is on crack. Keanu Reeves, what a gentleman he is. He's had a sad life, but managed to pull it together and carry on with acting. I think he's probably, of all of them, the bloke I'd have a pint with. I don't know if he drinks, but he's definitely paying. And they see, this is what pisses me off about Hollywood elites. People love Keanu Reeves because he travels on public transport. I travel on fucking public transport. And, you know, apparently that Roy Keane film is really good. Didn't know he'd made one. What
is that the one they're doing a dramatisation of his fallout at the 2002 World Cup? Or have I made that up off the top of my head?
I hope you haven't. That's a terrible idea for a film. But that's so plausible that someone would... Why? Who cares? Wasn't he just a massive ego in a shit Irish team? What football player would have the best film? Maradona. Maradona. I mean, that's a... If you want a life, that's his life was pretty amazing. Balotelli would be boring. I think most modern footballers went to academies at 8, trained every day, played football, retired, and were basically Michael Owen. You know, that's... You want footballers from a different era, like the, you know, Johan Cruyff and people like that. They Live is pretty creepy. Is that the one where... Which can you describe? Because you said it. You mentioned it earlier. They Live.
Yeah, because you put on the glasses and you see society as it really is what it's really about.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen it. But I know
good.
The idea.
It's on YouTube, and basically that's how we watched it on Christmas Day.
Got it.
Me and Sam watched it.
Oh, I might do that. So you did a watch along, did you?
Yeah, but it's on YouTube, and I'm guessing it's still there.
I
But
love
yeah.
that idea. It never would have occurred to me, but it's it's been a few times someone's mentioned it. Now we should do that. Like trying to think what it would be that I'd do a watch along.
Last year we did Santa with Muscles, which was also free on YouTube.
No, already.
Well, no, it came out in 1996.
I know, and it's already free on YouTube. That's incredible. Do you think
Oh, it's probably been free on YouTube since 1997.
Yeah. since 10 years before YouTube. Westworld, good film. One of your.
I like the series. I didn't like what it became, but yeah.
Get past. I don't know where I stopped watching it, but I just got so fed up with it. I just found it really boring, you know. Keira Knightley. I don't know how she's not won an Oscar yet. Helen Hunt. Yes, As Good as It Gets. Am I so far behind? How for 12:31? Yeah, let me
I think
rate
she
these.
won an Oscar for As Good as It Gets. Did she get one for As Good as It Gets as well as Jack Nicholson? Or
I don't know.
'cause I know he won one for that.
I've never really been a fan of the Oscars. I don't get how you can take art and turn it into a competition like that. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Especially when you realise it's like 25, 65-year-old white men that decide which film they like best. And you go, it's funny how they always pick the same film. So this is good. Major's saying, I grew up watching films like Clash of the Titans and Jason and the Argonauts on a Sunday evening after a roast dinner. Classic. Still like those films. Also, films like Flash Gordon, Dragonheart, the old Batman films, and Star Wars. Star Wars, come on. A Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe.
Helen Hunt did win for As Good as It Gets, just for
Right. Yeah, it's a brilliant performance. I don't know if it's Oscar worthy. For me, Joaquin Phoenix playing Johnny Cash was outstanding, and he lost to I've forgotten his name. I always forget. Seymour Hoffman playing Capote. And I thought, and I watched, and it's everyone who ever plays Truman Capote just does the effect sort of voice. I don't know why I'm so, it's like, all right, that's your Oscar. There you go. You're playing fucking Truman Capote.
My thing with the Oscars or just award ceremonies in general when it comes to movies is that everyone knows it's very pretentious, but the whole event is basically people speaking, rich people with massive opportunities, using that opportunity to speak to you about injustices that they'll never experience.
Oh, mate, you have completely, in one sentence, defined Marlon Brando sending Native Americans to pick up his trophy. And yeah, I'm sure he will never experience personally the plight of the indigenous American. He's the only man in history ever to own his own McDonald's. You know, I mean, this is not a man who suffered. Let's be clear. Although he had some tragedy in his life. But once you get to a point where you've got your own island with your own McDonald's on it, permanently staffed, so you can just roll down the hill and go, I want a Big Mac. You know, I'm jealous. That's what it is. I'm just jealous.
Oh yeah, I'd want my own McDonald's.
It'd be Burger King for me, if I'm honest, but I'd settle. You know, I could be persuaded.
I wouldn't be picky in a situation. If either one wanted to live on my property.
This is what I mean, like, and it's health food. And if you don't believe me, the President of the United States lives off McDonald's, and he's now, look at him, never been more together in his life. I mean, you saw him in the film today you went to see, didn't you? I'm sure it depicted him as an active. I don't think he's at all about to die. I don't know.
My favourite bit of that film, and it's one of the more obscure bits, is when the interviewer, who I presume is director Brett Ratner, fresh from being Me Too 10 years ago, but that's another story.
Fresh from being. They dragged him out of. Oh, where have you been? Well, I couldn't work for a bit. Did you see this other thing? Sorry to interrupt, but you know the thing that made me laugh. I can't remember which of the Saturday night hosts was saying 2/3. I think it might have been Jon Stewart was saying 2/3 of the crew have asked to have their name removed, and he goes, "That's a lot of thirds." It's like any more thirds, and that's all of them. 2/3 of the crew have gone, take my name off this film. I don't want to do this film. But they've assembled. Do you know what would make a great film? If I'm writing a treatment tonight, it's this. It's The Making of Melania, where they go around. You know those films at the beginning where they have to get the team back together? And they go into all these cameramen, and he's like, I'm not doing it. And then they end up with like Bob, who's got a serious drinking problem, and Johnny, who's like, 10 years Me Too.
You've described The Disaster Artist, which is the making of the film The Room.
I haven't seen The Disaster Artist.
You've never seen The Room? I don't know why I'm saying like it's a surprise.
I've never seen The Room. I don't think I've seen A Disaster Artist.
But that's a movie about the making. It's a drama. It's a fictional dramatization of the making of the real movie, The Room.
Oh, well, I've never seen The Room, and I haven't seen Disaster.
Well,
Disaster Artist is with the now discredited Me Too movement guy as well, isn't it? It's the
probably. I don't know really enough to say, but
yeah.
The Room is a movie people should see, by the way, because it's incredible, and not in it's really good. It's not good.
Oh.
It's an absolute failure of filmmaking. Because the man, his name is Tommy Wiseau, Wiseau, Tommy Wiseau. He directed, starred. He basically managed to get the movie financed. He's about in the credits about 16 times. I'm exaggerating, but still.
Yeah.
And he's the hero of the movie.
Yeah.
I won't spoil it for you, but it doesn't matter. But the point is,
you haven't really. I don't know if you're aware of just how little you've sold this film to me yet. Do you know what I mean? Like you haven't. You've said it's not a good movie, and I'm like, I was about to write it down in the big book of recommendations. It was gonna.
But you should see it.
Yeah,
but you should see it.
Is this like when I went to see Lord of the Rings 2 and everyone said, what did you think of it? And I said, everyone should see it. Because if I have to sit through 4 hours of that shit, everyone should have to. Is that what you mean you should see?
Similar logic.
I'm not doing that.
But other people should see it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, so you don't feel so like, no, I'm not watching it for that reason.
For example, there's a great scene because he's got an accent which you can't place his nationality. So basically he's like, I did not hit her. I did not. I did not hit her. Oh, hi, Mark.
So, is this The Room or The Disaster Artist? So this is The Room.
Well, both are in there. But basically, The Room is the scene in The Room where basically he's just out of nowhere. He's come out into basically they're hanging out on this rooftop, and he comes up to the rooftop and he's talking about his girlfriend. He's accusing him of hitting her, and he's saying he didn't. But then just randomly just goes, "Oh, hi, Mark."
The Room funniest scenes, the Room flower shop scene. All right. Yeah. Okay. I'm now having seen clips of it because the main actor, looks so weird.
Yep.
He
That's
looks
Tommy Wiseau.
Is that so? His actual okay? Gotcha. All right. Well, all right. It's not
His
going to go into
character name is Johnny.
It's definitely not going in the big book of recommendations. But I might.
It's
No,
a
dunno.
fascinating movie. Is all I'll say.
Anthony here is talking about possibly one of the worst films of all time, but we've all seen it. The Great Escape to Victory, with Pele, Bobby Moore, Sylvester Stallone in goal, Michael Caine. It's one of the films which is, I mean, it's ridiculous on so many fronts. So it's just, but I think of all the ridiculous things like tunneling, escaping from a football match put on by the top Nazis through a tunnel in the shower is silly. But not as silly as having a Sly Stallone as a goalkeeper.
Well,
and not because he's American.
Is there anything worse in film than actually football in film? Like when they actually film it, is there anything that actually looks more phony than actual football in a film?
Never. You're so right. There's nothing on earth as stupid as the scene they always do of the person dribbling around loads of static people. And then shooting past the goalkeeper. It's just nothing on earth. It does not film well. It doesn't.
There's nothing about it which tells me you've not planned this.
Yeah.
Basically, like your plan is basically you just stand there and let him run past you because that's the scene. Yeah. And every sports film, every football scene in a film always follow the same trajectory. There's always the final shot will always be a penalty kick.
Yeah. Isn't that true in Escape to Victory? Actually, now you say that, because you've got to have some reason
whether it's a save or like the star man taking it. No,
you're right.
It always end on a penalty.
It's like Bend It Like Beckham, Gregory's Girl. There's loads of films like that where exactly what you're talking about, where someone dribbles past an ridiculous number of people. Like that's what football is. It's always made by people who've never actually watched a football match.
Yep.
So it's just shit. I think there are sports that you just can't do. I think American football you can make good films out of. I do like Jerry Maguire a lot. And that's Tom Cruise. Not exactly acting well, but I really liked him in that movie. Where he's desperate. It was so Escape to Victory. Good film. I don't know if I'd go that far. A film that blew my mind as a kid was Labyrinth, showing my age. No, I'm older than you. Wilson. I like Tom Hanks, but he seems to have been paid off by the industry. No, because he saw Otto. Have you seen Otto? It's one of his latest ones. It's a Scandinavian film that Tom Hanks has reprised about a widower, a grumpy widower, and a family moved next door to him, and they basically drag him out of himself. It's a beautiful, very film. The Deer Hunter.
Is he grieving because his wife died?
Yeah.
I think I have seen it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. He wants to die and he wants to kill himself.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube. He wants to. I don't know the terminology. He wants to unalive himself.
He wants to remove himself from this plane of existence.
Yeah. He wants to shuffle off his mortal coil by hanging himself. Fuck that up. I haven't demonetized. I'm not monetized anyway, so fuck him. I watched the news the other day, scared the shit out of me. Some orange American called Trump was talking crazy about a new world order. I know it's really intense. I used to be part of a group of people who had a death lottery, right? So everybody got a certain number of picks, and they were all graded. So you had people who were very old, who were very cheap, and everyone you could pick. I always think of that. I would say if you're in a death lottery, do everything you can to get Trump, because he doesn't see 27. There's no way he gets to 27. The monk in that prison movie was funny. Which prison movie?
A quick Eva Mendes story.
Yeah.
She was in a film called Exit Wounds with Steven Seagal.
Oh, Steven Seagal.
The reason I bring her up is because she was in the film obviously talking out to herself. but they actually dubbed her over with another woman's voice because they just didn't think she had any quality to her or something like that. And it's like she ended up becoming quite a star.
Steven Seagal. I've never actually watched a full Steven Seagal film.
He's a guilty pleasure of mine, Steven Seagal. He's basically like, you know, everything that people generally, I think Steven Seagal thought he had.
I still think Jason Statham is just like, I'm just getting as many films under my belt before people realise I'm not a tough guy. Because like, why do people? Is it just because he's got no hair? Just because people don't have hair doesn't, you know? I mean, what is that? It doesn't make any sense to me.
I do believe it's partly also because of the English voice as well, because he sounds menacing.
But he's off.
Yeah.
It does. To be fair to him, he does sound a lot of blokes that used to go into pubs and there were a lot of people with that kind of. I don't know what does that to your voice. I just assumed it was smoking and not sleeping enough. But yeah, fucking hell, I can say, it doesn't work for me. This is an interesting one. I don't know what's because you've written. I really liked Wall-E. No words for the first 10 minutes. Yeah, it's my youngest's favourite film, and they watch it together. Is Schindler's List one big fat lie then? No. Yes. Sorry, actually, yes. It is one big fat lie because Oscar Schindler wasn't some sort of do-gooder. But I saw Tarantino talk about this, and he goes, "Everyone makes their own films, right? Like if Stanley Kubrick had made Schindler's List, it would have been a very different film. And we all know that. But the way that, and obviously everybody wanted Spielberg to get an Oscar at some point. Do you know what I mean? Like nobody's done more for films growing up, for me anyway, than Spielberg. Like the fact he didn't have an Oscar is just absurd. When you think director, obviously if you're really into films, you might think of many different directors, but he is everybody's default director. And it is a fantastic film, and obviously in the truth, I thought you were saying, is it a lie as in the Holocaust didn't happen, which is obviously not the case. But like, it in the way that it isn't a real film. It doesn't really turn out like that. Schitt's Creek, best Canadian show ever. You know, I've never seen it, and I know we're talking about rest in peace, Catherine O'Hara. I've never seen it. I will watch it though. Mentioned it in the past, but City of Gods, good film. Yep. All these links. We've got to go. I'm still waiting for Snatch 2.
That's not PG.
That's why I didn't read it. But it's still getting a star. So you've earned yourself a star. And the rapprochement.
Snatch is one of my favourite movies.
Is it better than Lock, Stock though?
I've never seen Lock, Stock.
Oh, you got to see Lock, Stock. That's a better film.
Everyone says that to me, but then at the same time, I'm like, well, if anything, it just makes Snatch worse, would it?
No,
if
I think they're different enough that they're both. See, Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels is a very typical Ealing comedy. It's almost, it could have Peter Sellers in it. It's that kind of film, and it's funny, and I guess, you know, I saw it first, so it was the first. He does that thing that really good gangster films do, where he kind of creates a language for people. He does this kind of, it's sort of set in a mystical place where everyone speaks Cockney rhyming slang and all of this. But it is really funny, and it's got Lenny McLean in it, who's a proper Islington hard man. And when you think Jason Statham, Lenny McLean was a bare knuckle boxer who took on the mafia's hardest guy and won, and had to be smuggled out of America. He's beaten up 20 men at once. He's a proper nutter. His book, his autobiography entitled The Governor, I Am What I Look Like, a double-hard bastard. But there's a great line in it. It goes, if you don't want to be counting the fingers you haven't got, you get me those fucking guns. And he's like, when you think about it, these actors are acting with him, and he's not acting. That's Lenny McLean. I've seen clips of the 80s of him in paid fights. There's videos of. The man's a beast. He's an absolute monster. But Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels is really funny. I don't think Snatch is really funny. I can't remember laughing out loud in Snatch, but I liked it. I loved it. But
I've seen so much of Snatch that I could probably relay the script to people. But don't test me on that right now.
Well, I had a guy sat opposite me at work when I was quite new to the company, and I was doing quite well, and he goes, "I'm going to be your nemesis." And I suddenly just went, "Do you know what a nemesis is? It's a righteous infliction of retribution manifested by an appropriate agent. In this case, an oracle cunt, namely me." And isn't that funny? Because the next one is, which film is Bricktop in? That's Bricktop. And one of my favourite comedy writers of all time, Armando Iannucci, has a short where his washing machine stops working, and he calls a Cockney round to fix it. And the Cockney turns up is the guy who plays Bricktop, whose name Alan Ford. And Alan Ford goes, "Is this a machine you want me to work on?" And then he does this monologue at the machine. "If you don't start fucking working, I shall get you down an old people's home and have you cleaning their dirty knickers and drawers." And it's just so funny. But
Alan Ford was in a film I saw called Cockneys vs Zombies. It's exactly what you think it'd be about.
It does. But when I want to feel good about myself, as a Londoner, and I'm abroad or whatever, I show people that. I go, that's what we like. "Don't stop me while I'm walking again, or I shall have your Jacobs off." Do you all talk like that? Yes, we do. It's always Cockney rhyming slang. Everything's... No, he's brilliant. I love... Bricktop makes that film for me.
He's the best part of the film. Best part of the film. It's not even close.
When they do Snatch Wars, when they've got him... Put a kettle on, Errol. I don't care if he's Bruce Ahmad Lee.
Ahmad Bruce Lee.
Yeah, you're on very thin ice, my pedigree chums. And you wouldn't want to be under it, and I'll be under it if it breaks or something like that. It's fucking brilliant. Royal Rumble tomorrow.
Yep.
Dags. Yes, he's doing a Rumble. You're doing that. So this is a wrestling thing, I take it.
Yes, it's in Saudi Arabia. So the one saving grace for that is it means that it's on earlier in the day, because instead of starting at midnight, it starts at 7.
Yeah. Is wrestling? I suppose wrestling is big in Saudi Arabia.
I mean, they're trying to make it big in Saudi Arabia. I'm not quite sure if it actually will get there, but
I think it will. It's globally popular. I think I'm just the wrong age group. I think I'm just too old for it. I just didn't... It wasn't on when I was growing up, and then everyone got into it, and I just... to be fair, it's that whole kind of... Like, if you don't grow up with it, it's not something you're going to get into later in life, is it?
Mm-hmm.
There's I don't like Indy 500 either, but they're going to be doing around the White House. I don't know if you saw this, but in commemoration of America's 250th birthday, Bread Circuses and Indy 500. It's going to be brilliant.
I thought you was going to say they're going to do it in the Melania's movie. That's what I thought you were going, Dan. But then you didn't. No. You went sound serious. I was like, that's not what I was thinking.
Watching. I had YouTube on during work, and which I obviously would never normally do, but for some reason I'd accidentally clicked it. But anyway, and I was listening to it, and I was like, this is just so funny. It's like anything to distract them from masked agents of the government killing the civilian population. It's like drive an Indy race around the White House. Oh, that's genius. And, because there's a lot of, I mean, I don't know, to drag it back to football almost, but is there any chance that the boycotting of the World Cup in America?
Nah.
Would you support it if the England team came out and said, to be honest, I wouldn't, even if they were going to have it on a Death Star, I'd still be like, no, fucking, we could win this. If we get eliminated, then I'll be like, this shouldn't have happened. But if I'm happy with the World Cup in Saudi Arabia, I'm happy with...
Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, speaking about clickbait earlier, like, I see a thing where it was basically the German National Association or whatever. Basically, they broke their silence on their stance about going to the World Cup in America. But obviously, it was basically like, they're going. Yeah.
But you have to wade through 5 adverts to get there.
Well, in my defence, I wasn't stupid enough to actually wade through all the adverts. Yeah. I just went to the comments section and get someone else go, yep, they're going.
That is the ultimate stupidity that I have to learn to look at the comment section, really, because it's so true, isn't it? It's like, why am I watching like a minute and a half of my life just goes up in smoke? No, I don't see us boycotting the World Cup, but it is a point of discussion. If the US invades Greenland, I think a European boycott may happen.
I don't know. I don't think there's any ethics in of it.
I think FIFA, like if a sport governed by FIFA, you know, didn't they give the Trump a President Peace Prize anyway? So, you know.
Well, yeah, you're right, because I actually believe, again, back to the great film Melania. I do genuinely believe that because Infantino's in the movie for about 2 seconds, and when I say 2 seconds, at the inauguration, you can actually see him in the background. But I think that would be enough exposure of him, where he would basically designate that movie, Melania, will win the Oscar, the FIFA Peace Prize Part 2 or whatever.
Yeah, the FIFA World Actors Guild Prize.
Yeah.
It's funny because obviously when we look back at history, we have far fewer movies and TV things. People analysing what happened just before everything kicked off stupidly in 2029 or whatever will have all of this stuff, and they'll just go, what the fuck were these people doing? It's like it's all there, you know, like Infantino. Like people 10 years from now, they'll open the books and go, oh my God, he was corrupt. And we'll all go, no. And, you know, they released 3 million Epstein files today. That's only half of them. Yeah, people are going to look back in history and go, what was everyone smoking? And, of course, we're not smoking anything anymore. Okay, so there's links to GoGo. Chat's died down a little bit. Is it time to call it a night?
It probably should be, based on the fact that where I am, it's 106.
Oh, see, I'm 104, so you must be slightly.
Oh, well, my time's wrong, probably.
I'm teasing you because we're in the same country. We're on the same Greenwich Meridian. Where I am.
Okay.
Where did you think I was? I'm in Australia. Boy Tendio with the question of the night: who is corrupt? That's like that's a philosophy paper. Who is not corrupt?
It'd be who is Melania and her.
You're doing like a Jeopardy question.
Yeah.
Love it. Oh, what if she's not? What if she's genuinely like, I can't believe they're so interested in me. They wanted to make a film. I'm so touched. I've always, you know, all the questions you've always wanted to know about my life. It shows you me running a business. All right. I'd rather watch Jeff Bezos run a business.
I found it fascinating in a weird sort of way because it was. I was watching it more thinking, I can't wait to exit this film and then read other people's reviews of this film.
Why don't you just sit in the cinema and read other people's reviews of the film? Bring your phone in. No one's going to mind if your phone goes off. Like, there's only you in there. If okay, I haven't given this enough thought, which is kind of my life in general. But I want a measurement of films, like, you know, Rotten Tomatoes, which to be honest with you, I've never I always every time I'm on Rotten Tomatoes, I have to look up what they mean because I just don't get it. And I was reading something the other day, which is it's all crooked anyway. They're not real reviews, so I can't trust that anymore. You can't trust the ratings on Netflix and things. So let's have a rating system. Do you have a rating system of your own? Do you like, you know?
Well, because I think just even from this conversation and past conversation, it's pretty obvious I don't have a taste when it comes to content or film, because I'll pretty much watch anything, as watching Melania has proven.
Yeah, I literally. It's taking a little while to sink in because I imagine I'll be able to watch it tomorrow on Prime, you know, because if it's not going to last in cinemas for very long, is it?
Yeah.
I don't know how they're going to recoup the money, but maybe some other way that Amazon could benefit from giving Melania Trump $28 million in cash. However, I want to rate. If I appreciate you for going. You couldn't. I don't think I could drag myself to a film venue to watch it. I'll watch it at home, and even then, I'm not sure. But you've actually been to see it, and I didn't think I'd meet anyone who's gone to see it.
I wanted to experience other people watching it, and I generally don't do that with movies. Like, I will basically tell more directly. When Avatar came out, I watched probably like the 10:40 a.m. viewing of Avatar. Admittedly, that means it finishes 3 hours later. So that's not really a great example. But
do you mean morning or evening?
In the morning.
Oh, okay. Because I saw it.
Because I went on Christmas Eve.
Right. Okay. I saw it. I saw Avatar not when it had first come out, but not that long after. But I went to. I started 10 p.m. and it went on till 1 in the morning or something. And that was a great time to watch it in Waterloo. No, Melania. That's not happening. That's not happening.
But like, I'll happily watch a big movie.
Yeah.
Early-ish showing, probably like lunchtime or something. So, but I don't care if there's 100 people in the room or 2 people in the room because I want to watch the movie. Whereas Melania is a movie where it's like, I want to see other people's reaction to this movie. Because me watching it on my own.
So were you facing the other way? You were like basically...
I probably should have been. I did keep looking round, kind of thing, like thinking, why is everyone laughing at Melania singing Billie Jean?
Shut up.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say earlier, but we got on to something else. Whoever was, because I brought up Brett Ratner. This is where we travelled off, because I presume the questions from behind the camera was Brett Ratner, who basically did say, "What is your favourite song?" To which she went, "I like Michael Jackson," and then they started playing Billie Jean on the car radio, and then she in my opinion. She started humming along, but she did not want to sing to it because I don't think she can sing. But I've no way to prove that. She's got so many
other abilities. She's supremely gifted in so many ways.
But I think Brett Ratner behind the camera, I could have this wrong, but I think he was singing Billie Jean. And she was doing the thing like everyone does when they know the words, but they hum along as if they are singing, but they're not. And that was one of my favourite parts because it was like, this is surreal.
Do you know, a couple of times recently this year, I've realised I'm living in a simulation, and this is just one of those moments because it's too weird otherwise. I don't sing along to stuff very much, but I was in the bath earlier, and I'd watched some YouTube stuff, and for no reason I can fathom, maybe it had something to do with someone talking about Melania. Maybe it was that coincidental. Not so coincidental, but I put Billie Jean on and was singing along to it in the bath. And I don't have the kind of voice that should sing along to anything, but definitely not Billie Jean. So isn't that weird? Like, of all days, the one day in my life I've decided to just random. It's obviously not random. I've obviously picked up something, or I'm part of a simulation, and you're just programming. I am starting to believe that.
It's in the movie twice because I actually opened the movie with Billie Jean.
Do you think there's something about Jackson's estate and they're like, please put this in the movie? With skin.
Maybe.
No one's bought any Jackson merch for a while.
I did find it a bit weird, like, considering all the allegations against your husband, but you like Michael Jackson, and this movie's directed by Brett Ratner.
I hadn't even put that together. The Brett Ratner thing where he's in a, when you said they were in a car together, I was like, I hope he hasn't accidentally wandering hands or something, you know. I to be honest with you, it is like I said, it's a Marie Antoinette movie. It's like, why don't they all eat cake? I have been very successful. I've never seen anyone on any TV interview at any time ever ask anyone what their favourite time of day is. This is something I've always wanted to ask you, Tom. You know, I've always been wondering, what's your favourite time of day?
That's a great question, Brett Ratner.
Yeah. Or... No hard questions, you said. It's like, I only agreed to do this interview because you said you were going to lay them up for me. This is like, saying that, here's Anthony, big arms. Saying that, though, the new actress the new actors of today are making really shit and cheap budget films who can't beat the films we grew up with. I think that. Do you feel that, Tom? Do you feel like films are getting worse?
I don't think they're getting worse. It's just because I think they're putting more money into them, but at the same time, they're getting dumped on Netflix instead of a DVD bid. Or what would you call it? Like straight to video.
Yeah.
Is the equivalent.
Well, as somebody who goes to the cinema a lot, do you feel like, are they making a bit of a revival, or is it dying a death? Are there as many people in cinemas as... Because you were saying you go at odd times a day, so you would...
Yeah, so I'm not the best judge of it, to be honest. But
Well, maybe you are, because if they're not... You know, like, I suppose it's very committed people are going to see a particular film earlier than would normally allow out.
Yeah, because this Melania film was the opposite for my usual trend in terms of I don't want to see a movie with loads of people in the room, because then that distracts me from seeing the movie. Whereas this movie was the opposite. So I want to hear people's reactions to Donald Trump going, "Oh, did you see me on the news? Oh, the ratings are going to be huge, really big." Like you can picture him saying it, even though he's on the phone. But
I just love it because she doesn't even pretend. Oh yeah, cause, I mean, come on. If your husband or wife has just won an election and they phone you up and go, "Did you watch it?" and you're like, "No," that speaks to a slight fracturing of their otherwise, I'm sure, perfect relationship.
I actually don't think it was like immediately after him winning the election, because it's within the 2 weeks of the inauguration.
Yeah, I think she was with him at the election. I think she had to be there. Yeah, so you can't been there.
Yeah,
but it's
so
just
it was probably about something else.
It was. She just strikes me as a sort of person who is probably sitting thinking, yeah, you know, it doesn't surprise me at all that they wanted to make a film of my life. Yeah, I had a really interesting life, and like the more, I'm surprised it hasn't been done sooner. I should have done this before I married Trump.
I'm surprised they did not tile them. I'm being facetious when I say so. I'm surprised they didn't call it From the Whorehouse to the White House.
Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me really. I think Jeff Bezos would have probably gone over that with a big thick black marker. Like,
let's not even suggest it.
Do you know what really pisses me off? This is a slight detour, but I think it's still on the main trend. Jeff Bezos is worth hundreds of billions of pounds. If there's one thing that would make me want to have that level of money, that's kind of eat my shit money, isn't it? It's like, whatever, you don't have to do another thing you don't want to. I want to make a film about the president's wife and call it From the Whorehouse to the Other Whorehouse, or I Married a Man Who Shits Himself, or anything. I could do it. But these billionaires are just kowtowing and going, you know, it's just, what is the point of having so much money that you can't just go eat my shit? You know, like, just, hey, we need you to do, no, I'm not doing it. But you haven't heard it yet. Yeah, just on principle. But you have to do it. Here's 100 million. Do I still have to do it? No. Okay, see, that's why I've got eat shit money. I've got the kind of money where I'm never doing another thing I don't want to do. No, do you want to meet the president? No, he smells of shit. Not interested. But they don't. They all kind of Musk, Bezos, Zuckerberg. They're all like, I don't know what it is.
It's because you can have all the money in the world, but you can't have the power that Donald Trump has. That's what it comes down to.
Do you know one of my favourite things to say to people in any political discourse? Even if I don't mean it. It's such an arsehole thing. This is, if I was a billionaire, I'd be saying this to everyone. You've just said they all want the power that Trump has. I go, oh, Tom, you're so naive. Oh, God, I wish I thought like that. Oh, do you really think that Trump's got power?
No, but what he has is basically, he has the illusion of power that... Yeah. They will wish to have, even though they have the money to buy that illusion of power.
They have the actual power. He has the illusion of power. They're billionaires because there's something wrong with them and they're constantly trying to prove they're better than other people. And even when you get to be the most rich man in the world, everyone still looks at you and goes, you look like a bit of a twat to me. And you go, you won't think that if I'm total ruler of the world.
and they feel like they're cozying up to Donald Trump will get them towards that. It's not true, but they think it.
Never has been true, is it? But I watch a guy called Simon Dixon to find out. What's that? Okay, don't know what that is. Netflix and COVID, fuck the industry. TikTok brain has taken over. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know, because, all right, so we're doing a nearly 3 hour live stream. I always liked Joe Rogan. I haven't watched or listened to him in a long time, but I always liked it because he would have conversations with people, not necessarily that he agreed or disagreed with, but he would ask some questions and it would have long chats and you'd get to the meat and drink of a conversation and it could go on 2.5, 3 hours. But when he began doing his podcast, the accepted wisdom was, as a generation of people, if it's over 5 minutes, no one will watch it. And I think the opposite is true now. I think that people do like to settle down and listen, zone in and zone out maybe, but I don't know if TikTok brain... I have TikTok brain because I actually... Well, I don't go on TikTok, but if I do, it's about 8 videos before I go, what the fuck am I doing? And YouTube Shorts gets me every time. I go on my phone, put YouTube on, and next thing I know, I'm 16 videos in, and when you go right to the front, you go, oh yeah, that's the video that I started watching. That's got nothing to do with that cat. Do you know what I mean? Like, what am I doing? But
yeah. So
I think we're all in this, but you settle down to a good film in a cinema, and it's a really joyous kind of, his, even Fire and Ash, which is like, you're settling down for a 4 hour film and you think, God, it's probably be epic and gripping, and there's not one moment of suspense or plot, and you just think, yeah, it's lovely. It's like watching a painting.
What I love film, Dan? This will sound really silly and pretentious, but it's the one time in the week where basically I don't touch my phone for 2 hours. It goes in my pocket and I just watch the screen or even look around seeing what they're reacting to Melania Trump doing nonsense or whatever. It's the one time in the week where I don't touch my phone, and that's the real reason I go to the cinema.
I don't even put my phone on airplane mode if I'm on an airplane anymore. But if I'm in a cinema, that's the only time it goes. They literally, I don't. I think that's a really good point. And it's the only thing though is, as a person who's not convinced by other people, I'm not sure how much I need all these 10 billion people. I mean, obviously there's a few I need, but in a cinema, why am I always sat so near to somebody who thinks it's the place to go and have a conversation? Why does every item of food you buy in a cinema make so much fucking noise to unwrap? Like, what is going on? Is it just to piss me off? Because I sat in, I mean, it's usually a film I'm not enjoying, so that's part of it. But Fire and Ash, this woman was with her husband, and I've never known anyone to eat. You know when you're thinking it's a long film, she can't possibly be eating popcorn all the way through this film because you run out. She never ran out of popcorn. She never ran out of popcorn. She's not putting fistfuls of popcorn in. She's picking one kernel of popcorn and chewing it loudly with her mouth open whilst talking to her husband about everything that's just happened and then rooting around for another bit of popcorn. And that was my life. I'm hypersensitive to people eating, noises of people eating. And that's why cinemas are like my worst fucking nightmare.
Do you think she was canning rice kernels as well? Like in a bowl of rice, do you think she'd go, right, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3?
She doesn't know how annoying she is. This is what I think of as human existence. Is she has no idea, because why did that man just suddenly get up and attack me? I'm just sitting here eating popcorn, talking to my husband. I just felt like these two, she was in her 60s, possibly 70s, and he was a similar age. And I'm thinking, I bet you two fuckers don't talk to each other all week. But now that you've sat in a cinema 3 seats up from me, this is a good time to talk to you.
It's a license to hear your life story.
I just, other people in cinemas drive me mad, but they sell these kind of packet sweets and things that people...
It's why I try to watch movies at a time when I know people ain't going to be there.
Yeah, I listen, I'm on that. Who was I talking to at work? Before Christmas, possibly, I was saying one of the greatest revelations of my life was going to the cinema alone. I was like, I can't believe I haven't been doing this for years. This is the way, because you go and see. I saw Bohemian Rhapsody. It was the first film I ever just went to on my own. I went, fuck it, I'll go and watch a cinema. And it was brilliant. It was so liberating because I was like, I don't have to think about what I'm going to watch. I just go in there. It was a Friday night. There was hardly anyone in there. It'd been on for ages. I went and watched it. And all the time I'm sitting in there, I was like, I can get up and leave any time I want. God, I could go and watch a different film, start slightly later. I could go and watch 2 films. I loved it. It was so calming. But I would do what you do. I would go when there's no one in there.
There's no prize for going in there when it's full. Like, the movie doesn't mysteriously become better like that.
But would you wait though? So, because you were saying about going at different times of day and night, but are there any films coming out where you I've got to see that first opportunity, the first opportunity I get?
Well, presumably it would be like Jason Statham's movie today, where basically, I'll watch the 2:00 showing, for example.
Yeah. I can't believe you would make that a destination film. That.
Well,
films. I will watch anything with Daniel Day-Lewis in it, Christian Bale in it, but anything with Jason Statham in it, no.
Well, the reason I hold Statham in that regard as such is purely because his movies are really easy to watch. Because they're the same. Like the only interchangeable part is the title. Like this one is Shelter, but
Well, why would you want
a working
to watch something
man
you've watched? I don't. That doesn't make sense. I don't. Because you know what you're getting.
There's comfort in it. Because
it's like a cinematic version of a McDonald's. You're not going to have a great meal, but it's not going to be shit either. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because basically there's like a mental checklist of basically I want certain things to happen, and if they happen, the movie's fine, and you're satiated. Whereas basically, if you don't have someone go, we need to get to Shelter. Don't tell me the title of the movie. So I want to hear the title of the movie within the script for a start. Like, you've got Working Man's Hands in A Working Man, for example. The best.
Oh, I'm trying to think of what the funniest version of that is. Because Shawshank Redemption popped into my mind, but that's obviously, there's not actually a line where he goes.
But my movie going experience is still boils down to basically the more isolated the better, because I do not want to have loads of people's conversations and stuff, because I don't care what they think of the movie when it's a Statham movie, because I know it's tosh. I don't need to have my opinion regurgitated back to me from 30 people in the room. My Supreme's a good movie, Chris. I did watch that. I didn't watch that the day it came out. I believe I watched that on, I think it was January the 2nd or something like that. So it come out on Boxing Day, I think. It's a good film, though.
Which one were you saying?
Marty Supreme. Timothy Chalamet playing table tennis.
Oh, okay.
Yes, the latest comment. But
all right, well, let me get to the latest. Got Mona Lisa Smile, La La Land, 3 Billboards. I love that film.
Good film.
I really like that. I liked him in it, the policeman who's... This is really good, isn't he? Best thing to watch is the film, then make your own judgment. No. Wait for me to watch it and I'll tell you. Tom will watch any movie at least 3 times, so it'll pay for itself after that. Shakespeare in Love.
That's a reference to Melania.
I like Shakespeare in Love. Dirty Dancing 2 is not a real film, is it?
I think they did make a sequel, but it didn't have Swayze in it, obviously.
I saw the secret cinema of that, and not worth it. Avatar, any Bond movie, I don't like Bond movies. I think I've worked that out now. Anything Tom Cruise is in, any mafia movies, I've seen all of them. I love them all. Kevin
I like
Spacey.
the Bond movies. Again, though, similar type, because I have minimal expectations, but I still need certain shit to happen in it.
Yeah, so if it's a Bond film with Timothy Dalton and they go, we might not do the gadgets in this film, you're like, oh, what the fuck are you doing? I need the gadgets. Come on. I don't want a plot. I want some cheesy lines, some car chases or vehicle chase of some description, and you better pull out a gadget at exactly the right time.
Well, you better pull out, probably, for Bond.
You better what?
You better pull out.
Yeah. Any horror movie, not me. 1776 and Newsies are great musicals. I don't know those. I would like to think that Hollywood is contemporaries hate Michael Jackson for using his money to
Do you
buy
know
artists.
they never actually showed him having sex in the Timothy Dalton Bond films because of the AIDS epidemic?
Oh, is that right? I
Yeah.
thought it was because he wasn't an attractive Bond, and they were just like, let's just imagine he's a proper secret agent. And
It was probably a little bit of both.
he's a 007, but they're not all good with the ladies. Some of them are good with computers. You know,
It might be It might be a 3.5. But still,
Grease is a brilliant movie. Grease 2 is horrible. I have seen Grease 2. I haven't seen Grease, but I've seen Grease 2. Film is going the same way as gaming movies, yet more expensive to make, and studios lose the appetite for risk. Yes, I think that's in a sensible conversation of Hollywood, you have to accept that the risk is not.
That's right.
And to be fair, if I'm putting 100 million into a film and you go, it's got Tom Cruise in it and gadgets and he hangs off a zip wire, or we can make one which is, God, what are some of the really good ones? A Korean one that I really liked. There's a few films where you go, you took a punt on this one, and it really Parasite. I thought that was brilliant. Films that pop out of nowhere that probably didn't cost so much. Although when people say now it didn't cost very much money to make, it was all done under 50 million, and you go, oh, I see. Right. Well, I have a different, I like nil by mouth and films like that. I watched a really weird film the other day, which was the same director, the English director who does a very hyper-realistic, almost grotesque characters. I can't remember his name. It's no use to anyone. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. Lucky Singh's here. No talking about the Glazers, please. It's all football. It's all films today. Mr. Tom, did you see the film Giant about Prince Nassim? Not many cinema showing it.
I didn't see it, and I can tell you why. It's because I hadn't long seen the Smashing Machine, which was obviously based on Mark Kerr, the MMA fighter. And it was fine. But at the same point, it was like, I don't really want to watch another type of the same movie. But I'll say this, and I'm going to hypocrite myself, because then I'm going to call for the Beekeeper 2 to be made.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. The Bees Keeper. What did you call it? The keeper of the Bees Keeper?
I can't remember at this point. I've got so many bad ideas.
Yeah. I still think the best idea I've had in ages is remaking the Meg. I'm going to have to try and do that using CGI. What film is that again? There are levels of fuck you money. Yeah, that's it. That's what I want. Well, actually, I don't. Trump isn't a politician, but he's bought the same way. Yep, true that. You're the English Rogan. I hope so. Although
he was in Melania.
Was he?
Joe Rogan.
Dan Rogan.
When Dan
We've
Rogan.
done it.
Rogan was
Joe
in
the
it.
Landlord, Dan Rogan. I love it. Of course he is. He's a massive. I can't. Do you know what really made me laugh? It's when who's that prick? I really like his music, but the heart. I've got Neil Young. Because Rogan had someone on his show that he didn't agree with, he asked to be removed from Spotify, and he was removed from Spotify. But unfortunately, because he'd also sold the rights to some of his songs to best of compilations, most of Neil Young's stuff is still available on Spotify. You just go through it. But I just think, what kind of a world is that where you go, I don't like who he spoke to, so you can't listen to my music? It's like bellend. I liked that Joe Rogan used to have loads of different people on his show and he didn't necessarily agree or disagree with them. I think that's the point, isn't it? You just want to ask some questions. He's had some truly difficult to like people on his shows. Milo, the English.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Awful human being. Well, he's disappeared now.
He used to do debating, didn't he, at college campuses?
Yeah, and he was vile and said vile things to get attention. And you go, God, not unlike our football community where people go, oh, no one pays any attention to me. My wife hasn't looked at me in 5 years. Do you know what I'll do? I'll see our podcast and I'll just call everyone a serial killer. Streams are different to regular long form because there's potential for interaction in a stream. 100%. Yes. Okay. That's a really good point. I think that's something I'd overlooked in my original comment. 100% agree that That's just a very good point. Brittany has gone crazy like Jordan Price, and we're seeing it in social media. Sad world we live in. Dances with Wolves. Jay the Short Man. Dances with Wolves is my yearly tradition with Kevin Costner. Thank you for saying that. I really like Kevin Costner.
I like watching The Postman, and it's a terrible movie. It's basically Waterworld but on land.
I like Waterworld. I don't know how that works on land though. Hang on a minute. What?
Well, the plot is the same, but it's just not
post-apocalypse, and all the water's run out.
Well, yeah, but obviously he gets the postal service up and running, and he comes into conflict with people that benefit from the postal service not existing. Basically.
Hang on a minute. It's a post-apocalyptic film.
Yes.
But not in like a wasteland.
It kind of is.
So hang on a minute. This man lives in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, and the first thing he wants to bring back is the postal service. Was he waiting for Amazon parcels or something? What the fuck?
Well, because he believes that the best way of getting society together is society being able to communicate.
Right. Well, I'd say that's what caused the end of society. But like, I do love the fact that humans have lived in societies, measurable, recognizable societies for 100,000 years. And we've had a postal service for about 200 of them. And that's what he thinks is... No. That man...
That's the movie. That's the movie.
Well, that's a movie. I'm going to watch that tonight. Because I can't believe anyone would... That doesn't make any... Is it worth watching?
Probably not. But I know, but I'm not very good at selling it. But my best way of selling it...
You're really not good at selling films, and that's what actually makes me want to watch them more, because you're not full of shit. You're not going, there's none of this hyperbole. It's like a very straightforward, it is a shit film. And then I'm like, well, I can't say you didn't warn me, can I?
But the way I would, if I could sell it, was basically the Simpsons joke of it. Is basically they had the Postman director's commentary in the Simpsons, and they went to some film festival or something. And they're watching the Postman director's commentary, and it's basically Kevin Costner stood at the side of the thing going, "I'm so sorry, I made this. I'm so sorry." And the actual joke in it's not just that what I've just said, it's the fact that they go, oh my god, I can't believe they got Kevin Costner here. And then he steps out of the screen and Kevin Costner's actually stood there with a microphone going, I'm so sorry I made this.
All right, now I want to watch this fucking film. 1997. Are you high? It's actually what you described it as. I'm watching that tonight.
It's Waterworld with no water.
I really like Waterworld, and I know I'm the only person in the world who likes Waterworld.
Allegedly, if you walked up to Kevin Costner on set and said, isn't this movie Waterworld, but without the water, you'd get fired.
That's why I need fuck you money. Because I'm like, fire me. I own the film. It's a scheme. Hey, Dan. And Tom and chat. Nick Fadley. I hope you have clicked like, Nick Fadley. Great to see you. You've seen Katie Price on social media, mad scenes. She's a mess now. Well, now. What am I doing? She's a mess now. She was at the same school as my missus. Who's to know what she's exactly Miss Serene by herself? Mental health is a thing. Yeah, you know what? Like, yeah. I'll try. Here we go. Field of Dreams or Waterworld on Minds. I love Field of Dreams. It's got that Mandela effect moment, hasn't it? Where everyone thinks if you build it, he will come. And it never says that. But, man. Anthony says, it fucking winds me up when people eat loud in cinema, especially when they're sat behind you. It's like tap dancing in my fucking ear. Yeah. I redid an autism exam recently because I have such a hypersensitivity to it, and that's one of the things they always go, you sure you're not autistic? Look, I think I might be, but they keep telling me I'm not when I do the exam. Hate it when people eat loudly. I hate it so much. I'm just terrible. I'm a human being that's got too many flaws. In this summer's greatest blockbuster, Jason Statham mumbles his way across a foreign city with a pretty woman nearby and a wanton violence for flavour with a child and a secret organisation. Should we just write a script and send it to Jason Statham? Does he read them? Does he bother reading them?
He would just turn up anyway and just go, "You all right, mate? I'm Jason Statham.
I bet...
I'm a man with a past."
Should we just write him the exact counterpose of everything he's ever done? A nuanced, like I don't know, like a burlesque dancer, with no past. I don't know. I might watch Marty Supreme tomorrow.
It's a good film.
What's that? Is that wrestling?
No, it's about ping pong.
Oh, right, yeah, okay, you mentioned earlier.
I liked it because it's about something that typically isn't shown in films.
My mind goes to certain places it shouldn't do when you start talking about ping pong. Sorry, I don't. Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Here's a question to get me out of jail free. When are we doing the Boogie Nights watch along? Is Boogie Nights on YouTube?
I'm pretty sure it is not, but
I've paid for that. Do you know what? I paid for it because there's scenes in it I love, but I saw that in the cinema. It shows my age, but I'm not interested. It wasn't a film that really gripped me. Anthony says I'm Dirk Digger, lol, but without the long penis. Ever remember Caddyshack 80s films? Never saw them. I've heard great things about them. What emotional romance movies do you like, Lucky? Just Lucky, apparently. Doesn't care about us. Tom, don't take it personally. The Hand That Rocks the Cradle. That was that really pretty woman, wasn't it? The blonde that disappeared.
Jason Statham.
Go on.
He is a working man.
No one knows his hidden secret. He used to be part of the postal service. The hidden organisation that delivers your mail. It's a story of him at Christmas with too much work on. A Bond movie is action gadget. A Bond movie is action gadgets. A villain plan too big to succeed, and an explanation of a plan. What I would love to do is just remake a Bond film, kill Bond, and then tell the plan to his corpse. Jobs are good.
The amount of Bond movies I've watched where I sit there and I metaphorically have my head in my hands going, he's right there, just kill him. You've literally got him. Just kill him. Don't tell him your plan.
I hope this isn't a spoiler, but in Fire and Ash there are plenty of moments where they have the person they should kill in their sights and don't, and you think, is it because you need another 2 hours in this movie? Because I'd be okay with leaving early if you just kill her now, because this is silly. It says Buck Rogers, biggie. Best Matthew McConaughey movie. I might go Wolf of Wall Street.
That's a good film.
It's not. It's definitely Time to Kill. I'm running out of Matthew McConaughey.
Wolf
I mean, you're going to say Dallas.
It's a good film, but he's not in it nearly enough for me to declare that it's his film.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, he's in it for a total of 5 minutes or something. Yeah,
it's like one scene he's in, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 or 3. But yeah, I mean, literally the one scene he's in the restaurant is the scene he's in. He's not in it again. And he does that. Apparently, that comes from something he used to do in prepping for films, and they saw him doing it. So, you should put that in a movie. I have actually spoken to Jordan Belfer in a seminar, an online one, but there was only about 20 of us there, and I only took the job at this place because they said you get a seminar with Jordan Belfer, and I thought Gary Oldman, bloody brilliant actor, brilliant. I knew he was playing Churchill. I forgot what that film's called, the biopic of Churchill that he plays, and it was still 20 minutes before I go, oh my god, that's Gary Oldman. He's brilliant. And he wrote Nil by Mouth, which is one of my favourite English films with Ray Winston and Kathy Burke in it.
He's good in everything, though, isn't he, Gary Oldman?
I think for me, it was when he played the detective in Leon. And he does this weird thing where he takes the pill and he goes, and you don't, yeah, he's just really good. He's an ID as well. He's just brilliant actor. Really, really good actor. Love Gary Oldman. Love him. Nil by Mouth, he wrote that and he directed it, and it's got his sister in it who used to play a character in EastEnders.
Yeah, Big Mo.
That's it. I've never seen it boxed. I have a feeling it's not your kettle. What are we talking about? Bet you hate that one. What's he saying? Wolf of Wall Street. I really like Wolf of Wall Street. It's not a great film, but it's a silly film. It's a fun film. Rosie Ghosts of Girlfriend Past. Dallas Buyers Club is probably the best McConaughey film. It's the one that
film.
Yeah, it is. To be honest with you, how many times I've only watched it once. I didn't want to watch it twice.
I
What
watched
about-
it at cinema, and that was enough.
It's a he's had a it's a film of excess and silliness, isn't it? Oh, The
Movie I
Untouchables.
watched. I knew it was good when I watched it, but it's a movie. You don't have to see every movie 5 times.
No, you don't. And it's rare nowadays that I do really want to watch films again. I'll sometimes do it because I'll realise that the boys or Dominique haven't seen a film, and I'm like, no, you have to see that film. You can't go through life. So things like that. But there are some films that I haven't that I've seen too often that I can kind of, Pulp Fiction's one of them. I haven't watched that in years. Fiction is going to
Streaming doesn't help though, because now a lot of films are so easy accessible.
Yeah.
You just never actually think to go ahead and click it.
That's
But it's
such a
there.
good point. That's such a good point, because in the days where you'd have the telly on and they go, oh, tonight you'd go, I have to watch that because I don't know when I'm going to see it again.
Yeah.
The minute the one thing I need fuck off money so I can hire someone who just tells me what I'm watching. Because you hand me the control and we've got Netflix, Prime, Disney Channel. I'm like, it takes me longer to find something to watch than it ever does to watch something. So I just need someone to go, no, tonight you're watching this. Shut up, sit down.
I bought an old video game, not an old video game console. It's like I spent £40 on this little handheld device which has loads of old video game consoles on it.
Oh, yeah.
And there's literally 20,000 games on this thing. And my first thing is, what am I going to pick?
Like, how do you pick? How? I was playing this game on my phone for years, and I couldn't. I got a new phone, and it wouldn't transfer over. So I was shit. I have to find a new game now. And you go on the Play Store, and it's like I don't even know what to type. Game, 1.5 billion.
Yeah.
Fiction is going two ways: a world existing in post-apocalypse, and perhaps the inhabitants don't even know is a post-apocalypse, and Isekai, which are just a journey to another world. It's really fascinating for me because it's really interesting, judging by the media output, things like films and TV, cultural output reflects in reverse the real life. So when things are really hard, you get films like The Wizard of Oz that are fantastical and transportative. And when times are generally quite good, you get films like Blade Runner. So people want the opposite of what they're experiencing. So right now, you would expect fantastical superhero, Avatar, that kind of stuff. But there are people making films which are probably better at capturing the actual mood of, and it's just about tiptoeing through them. I am an absolute fetishist for anything dystopian. I'll watch anything apocalyptic or end of the world. That's why I will watch A Postman or The Road, which
That is quite a miserable movie.
I read the book and I desperately wanted, because it's a great book, and I desperately wanted to watch a film to see how, and it's exactly the same. And I was like, actually, this is a bit much. It's fucking. At least the book though was one of those I'd go on long walks in the dark and listen to it, and it was really horrible. But Alice in Wonderland is an example. Is that coming out? Has that been out? The Matrix is arguably.
What you're describing, Dan, is like it's why I was watching a movie called Mercy last week, like I was saying with Chris Pratt. But basically, he made a suggestion in the movie which they never ended up going through with. But the premise is that he's on trial for the murder of his wife. But in this movie, the trial lasts 90 minutes.
Yeah, and he's got 90 minutes to save his life. Yeah.
But the judge is an AI judge.
Yeah.
Played by, I think it's Rebecca something. She's in one Mission Impossible films, but it's not the point. But basically, he wanted that role to be an AI actress, or to invent an act.
Oh God, okay.
And which they naturally, obviously, went, we're not going to do that.
The Actors Guild will shut them down, won't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But eventually, they will say yes to that.
I think. Yes. And then the argument is, well, why shouldn't you? But it's funny. But here's a really interesting point. Hopefully, actually, it's the way that Peter Jackson was talking about the fact that for the Lord of the Rings films, they used actual models. Quite large scale models, some of them. But he said you can't... There's something about the way the light moves across actual, scenery that you don't get. So that's why the Star Wars films work and Lord of the Rings works. But when you CGI everything, it just doesn't work. And I think we've all now gotten so used to AI slop that we all kind of know. There's a really good duo that do football, dissect Arsenal, and they're really good, really incisive. But it's quite obvious that the two characters are AI. I don't know why, because clearly somebody's had these thoughts and could just present them to camera. But this is just how people like to distance themselves. That's fine, and it doesn't matter to me because the content is really good. But you're seeing that more and more often now. The actual people who can't be bothered to put themselves on camera just put CGI on, and it becomes this never quite as good. It's something about it that's never quite as good. And really, in an AI world, and I could go on about this, is bore everyone to tears with this for ages, because I have a completely different outlook on this notion that AI is going to take all our jobs. Because I go, well, why are we doing these fucking jobs anyway? If, like, you wouldn't employ someone to add things up. You just go, I'll get a calculator. Yeah, but you're taking my job away. Yes, but your job is like pointless. I've got a calculator. No, let me do it, please. It's like, that's what AI, the jobs AI is taking away are the jobs that none of us want to do anyway. No one wants to be an accountant, or if they do, be a hobby accountant, but no one needs the job anymore. So creativity, poetry, laughter, singing, dancing, all these things, they are still not going to be done by AI. And so I don't worry about an actor playing a part being taken over by AI, because I just don't think it'll ever work. I don't think you'll ever get the same emotionality that an actor like Jack Nicholson can bring to it. But let's be honest, 99% of actors are replaceable because they're not that good.
Well, we spent part of, of this 3 hours, we've spent most of it talking about how most people can actually play roles that Jack Nicholson does, or Al Pacino, or whatever, or Keanu Reeves plays Keanu Reeves, or Jean-Claude Van Damme can do Bloodsport as Jean-Claude Van Damme, but he turns up on the script and reads it out in Belgium.
Well, Arnie's first days.
Yeah.
So Anthony's gone. Kevin Costner, The Untouchables with Sean Connery only, and Andy Garcia. Yeah, it's a good film. They're remaking Masters of the Universe. I saw that. I'm tiny bit too old for He-Man. It just didn't work for me. For some reason, we've got a trailer for the next X-Men film 12 months in advance. Oh, they're doing another one.
They'll never not stop. They'll never stop doing those. They just change the actors.
I just think they do have to at some point stop doing them, because I loved comics. They've worn me out. The only ones I like now, I'd watch another Guardians of the Galaxy, but I have no interest in what happens to the X-Men. It's just not interesting. I'm sorry, I don't get it. Showgirls is a classic. Is that the one with Demi Moore in it? Burlesque is a decent movie. Not seen any.
Showgirls is Elizabeth Berkley.
Okay, don't know it then.
She was in Saved by the Bell.
I asked Lucky about the emotional romance movies because he said he liked them. Oh, okay. Oh, I wasn't really upset he hadn't asked anyone else.
I perceived we'd already been asked about it, but then he was getting specifically asked about it because he wasn't here previously.
Yeah, and I just like to pretend I'm hurt so that people feel bad because I'm an evil bastard. Not sure why we're talking mispriced. Maybe I was thinking of the film I Am Legend. I Am Legend is the one Will Smith, isn't it? Including By Mouth isn't my type of movie, but it's a must-see for everyone. Nil By Mouth. I like Tropic Thunder. Yeah, it's got some moments. Can they still show that? I don't know if you can still show Tropic Thunder. I think it's one of those.
I know why they probably won't.
Yeah, I think we all know why they probably won't. But I
you
don't
never
know.
go full.
The thing is, because I'm emotionally retarded to my teenage phase, the minute I'm in a situation where you mustn't laugh, it's all bets are off. Weddings, funerals, you name it. If something funny pops into my head, it will erupt into laughter, and I'm quite okay with everyone thinking I'm a dickhead. So it isn't a good. So the minute someone says you can't say that, I know I'm mining a rich seam. I'm like, ooh, you can't say
How
that.
am I going to say this? How long will it take me to?
Yeah, do you know what I mean? I've even in work situations where I've just gone, nah, I've got to say it. Fuck it. Do you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, I am more careful on this channel because it would be a shame for YouTube to go, yeah, no, fuck off. And I don't know anything about Twitch or any of the other platforms. How far away are we from Minority Report being real? It's already real. The LA Police Department for over 15 years has been using data to. All I can say to you is read Deus by Johan Harari. Or I think it. Nova, I can never remember his name because there's also a Johan Harari. But yeah, read the book Deus. It's the third in a line from Sapiens. Brilliant book, but it talks about the era of data. We've entered the data era, and it's really quite interesting. So much for 2 hours, by the way. I know what you can do. I'm hanging on. I don't get a chance to have Tom talk about films very often. Yeah, we had it good in my generation, the Gen Xers, because we were the first. We had all the older comics who were just vile. Then we had the new guys come along who made fun of them and were really funny. You could say a lot of things, you could offend a lot of people. One of my favourite things someone at work said when I my previous place, said offence is taken, it's not given. If you're offended, that's on you. And I do kind of feel that way. I feel like you can't offend me. If you're trying to offend me, then I know you don't like me, and then we just don't talk to each other. But if you say something and I take offence and you say, oh my God, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that, surely that's the end of that conversation. Cancelling people because you go through what they said 15 years ago just seems to me really a long way round of everyone's going to be insulting or offensive at some point, I told a joke about vegetarians, which I realised afterwards that people in here are vegetarian. I didn't mean it, but it was repeating a joke that I'd heard. It wasn't my joke or anything. But I think like my generation from a time and place where we did get called shit by teachers. My teacher called me fat. It wasn't like nowadays. Oh, you're body shaming. Well, I was fat. It was like it wasn't. It was, oh, you fat prick, listen. And I knew he was talking about me. So it wasn't like he was wrong. I was like, if you're skinny and someone calls you fat, you just go, that's absurd. But if you're hurt, probably a core of truth to it, isn't there? But, I'm not here to do the whole freedom of speech thing. It's the YouTube platform can decide what they have on there. But, yeah, you wouldn't... I don't know what parts of Soccer AM you couldn't show anymore.
What he's referring to, in my opinion, is he can't have the soccerette.
No, and actually, fair. Do you know that Lads Mag thing that I sort of lived through in the 90s was all a bit fucking. It was. I used to like going to the pubs, and then it became a really cool thing to do, and all people who didn't go to pubs used to go, yeah, lads, beer, lads, and you go, you're just making the pubs rowdier for people like me. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not. That's why there are certain streams going on now. Like, I'm sure if I leave here and go on Lee Gunner's stream, he's just about drunk enough to be talking about girls he finds attractive on TV and stuff. And then it's like, we all did it as 14-year-olds, but surely there's a point where you get to. Apparently one day. What about the film Lucy? Didn't see it. That's the one with what's her face, isn't it?
Scarlett Johansson, isn't it?
Yeah, she was in a film I watched the other day. We bought a zoo last Sunday. Have you seen it? Matt Damon. That's so funny.
Or Matt Damon.
No, but he's taken it in exactly the way you'd hope a stupidly rich, highly successful, very intelligent, very attractive man has taken it. He's gone, why did they do it? It's just apparently the way the doll came out in the first thing, and they were like, Matt Damon. It's like, when something's funny, it's just funny. You don't have to overthink it, right? Like, but I almost wish he was a bit of a douchebag and he was like, "You can't use my image like that." You can
do it again.
Yeah, do it twice. If someone gets wound up by that, I'm doing it 4 times. Never heard of it. Aha. No, it's called Lucy. Oh my God, I'm dying. What the fuck? Please don't. Just keep it together. Talking about older comics, Bernard Manning. Anyone? Oh mate, he was dreadful. My wife's mother's so fat when she sits around the house. She literally sits around the house. That's one of his. But that was funny. That's what passed for funny in the 70s. It wasn't. Have you seen? I have seen Sin City and I really liked it. That's a very good comic to movie.
Yeah.
And they like Dark Knight, Sin City. When they get it right, God, they get it right. I'd watch it. X-Men didn't get it right. Now we're talking cinema. Rude ones, are we? I thought I was talking about Bernard Manning. If they're making a biopic of Bernard Manning, would you go and see that? you'd be in the cinema on your own for that one as well.
I'd be like, don't film him in slow motion because then I'll see it all jiggle.
Slap a thigh and ride the ripple.
One of my low key, trying to go back to Melania, but the last time, I promise. But when nearer the start of the film, when she was doing like they were fitting her up for her inauguration dress and all that, and she was direct. She had 2 people around, 2 Asian American people, and their ethnicity is not relevant to this story, but I'm trying to set it a little bit. But she basically told them what races she wanted done, and the look on their faces when she walked off was very much the look of 2 people that had been told to do something that is non-impossible, but they've got to do it. It was brilliant,
that.
and everyone in the room started laughing, and that's when I realised that I knew I was in for like an hour and a half of nonsense.
Yeah, like you didn't know that going in, but I do love that. So, see, now you're making me want to see the fucking thing. I'm like, how can you make me want to see Melania?
I've this gift. I haven't got a gift at all, but I'm just hyperbolizing it. Where basically, in my attempt to not sell the film,
I'm selling the film. That's exactly. So my first rule of sales when I'm training people is people move away from things that move towards them and towards things that move away. So it's kind of like over the shoulder sales. It's like if you sound like you want them to buy it, they ain't buying it. No one buys something because the salesman wants you to buy it. That's the reason they don't buy it. You're better off going, I don't think this is for you. Because then people will go, well, why'd you say that? So it's just a little bit pricey for what you get. Well, what do you get? You know, honestly, it's not worth it. And then they'll buy this off you if you sit here and tell me all the reasons I should go and watch Melania. You say, like, you haven't sold a single film to me at any point, but I'm definitely watching The Postman. I can't fathom how bad that film's going to be until I actually watch it. I have to know for myself. But that's a very different thing. And maybe I'm being I'm assigning too much to gender, but I'll tell you what, I've yet to meet a woman who's licked a battery. Do you know what I mean? I remember those square batteries when you were a kid, you put your tongue on it, you get a little shock. I don't know many men who haven't at some point or other gone, oh, fuck, that hurt, right? Which is obvious it's going to hurt. It's a little electric shock on your tongue. It's not somewhere you typically would seek out the pleasure of an electric shock, if there is any pleasure to it. And yet women are just, you can tell in so many ways, women, broadly speaking, are smarter than men, right? That's how it comes down. But when you say to me, like, you know, if you find something that stinks, you go, oh, smell that, right? When you're something really shit and you go, I wouldn't watch it. Oh, it's shit. Now I want to watch it so badly because I'm like, well, how shit can it be? Is it Meg shit? Probably. What do you handsome chaps, I think he's talking to us, think about the film Kill Bill? Saw it last year and thought it was meh. I like it.
I saw they did a special showing of it where they combined the movies.
Oh, right. Went to one long, slightly too long film.
Well, yeah, yes, basically like 4 hours, nearly 5 maybe. But again, it was literally just because I went in knowing what it was going to be, And basically, put it another way, it got me out the house for about 4 hours.
Yeah.
Watch Kill Bill, because you know Kill Bill's going to be good, or if you enjoyed it, it's what it is.
Yeah. I
It's
liked
fun.
it. It's not my favorite. I'd say it's. I didn't rate it as highly as Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction, but it's.
If
probably...
someone told me they didn't like it, I would just go, well, I'd probably be like this with a lot of movies. I'd be like, fine.
It's very much a genre film, isn't it? It's very much he wanted to do a martial art, that kind of maybe martial arts isn't quite right. You know what I mean? Though it's like a manga. Is that right? Like I don't know anything about that genre.
There are elements of that because they actually added in an animated sequence to sell doing a new version of the film, I suppose.
So there's that feeling for me, and that's not an area, a genre I know very much about. I enjoyed it, but I haven't. I like the way he creates characters, and it's very. I like Django Unchained. Django Unchained is a really weird one because I saw it in a cinema and I loved it so much so that it was a treat that on my birthday I'd have the meal I liked, and me and my ex sat and watched Django Unchained. I was really looking forward to watching it again. Watched it again and thought, it's not as good as I remember. And then a little while went by and I watched it again. I went, oh, no, it is good. So it's just a really... But yeah, Kill Bill's all right. I did
like Django Unchained.
It's got some great moments. Christoph Waltz is just... Listen, he's
the best part of the film, of course.
Yeah, it's like...
I feel like the film... I don't want to say the film goes off a cliff when he leaves the film, let's just say. Don't spoil it for anyone. But it does.
No. No, if we're going to talk films, we've got to have a rule, right? So, like, if a film's been out for over 15 years, fuck off, spoiler. Do you know what I mean? It's like if you'd sat here and gone the bit where Melania died, I would be like, no, come on, that's spoiler. You haven't given us a chance to watch it yet. But if you haven't seen Django Unchained by now, it's because you don't want to watch Django Unchained. You can't then claim someone spoiled it. You know,
that's fair enough. When Calvin Caddy shot him.
Well, it's the
he shot Calvin Candy.
Yeah, exactly. It's that, and you know it's happening, and it's going to happen. It's what's the book where he goes Alexander Dumas?
Yeah,
and he goes, I think he'd feel differently because he was married to a black woman, and it's like that's such a great bit of the film, and it's like it's a sort of intellectual kind of
yeah, because he's been all pretentious about Alexandra Dumas, and it turned out that he was black.
Yeah. It's a great little vignette within the film. There's so many little good bits in it. But overall, I think for me it's the film, the scene that steals the film is and this is just Quentin Tarantino, who is Gen X, rides on the edge, gets away with it because he's kind of got fuck you money now and like, you know.
Oh, when the clan are having a chat.
That's just brilliant. It's just like, well, my wife spent ages making these, and it just makes them so ridiculous so quickly. But it's also like, yeah, actually, that would be, that's not a good idea, riding around with a hood on. It's not a good idea. But it just makes them so stupid so quickly. And there's nothing, like in the world we live in now, where, not to turn it into a political rant or anything, I get triggered quite easily by people who say really stupid things and they're vile and they're toxic, and I want to go in on them and I want to make fun of them and I want to humiliate them, and I find myself really desperately trying to hold myself back because it just adds to the level of noise, right? What I admire is when people don't get they just make fun of you and they go, oh, that's a good idea, and it's that the press secretary, I've totally forgot, Carolyn Levitt, and she's getting really angry because people are making fun of her. She's a nasty piece of work who lies for a living. And if you just keep attacking her, she's like, I have God on my side. But the minute you do a parody of her, But I just think that when you're taking the piss out of the Ku Klux Klan that well, that's better than... Nobody needs to be told that they're a vile bunch of evil bastards. If you weren't sure, it's just obvious. But that film that's such a good moment where he just goes, you ungrateful bastards, right, I'm going home. My wife spent ages making these. No, Terence, no, they're good. Thank you so much. We appreciate your effort. They are just a little bit itchy, that's all. Fucking brilliant. Bernard Manning is about as funny as someone having open discussion on politics and smashing up a bird's nest. I don't think there's anyone in the chat. I'm sure there's no one in the chat who thinks Bernard Manning's funny. He did a really odious interview with Mark Lamar, I think it was, and he sat there in his underpants. The Rip is Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. They both directed it, but I haven't seen it yet. It's on Netflix. Oh, this is a new thing they've done.
Yeah, because it was, I believe the gentleman that usually comes on here to have a chat with you, he was talking about it, they did the interview about the people looking up from their phones for 5 minutes, things like that. That's what he was going on about. That's how they was promoting the Rip.
To me like another movie where, corrupt cops or the cartel, whose money have you nicked? I don't care. Like, just, it's 20 million. You don't need that much. Here we go. Andy's in. I think he's coming with, if Arsenal wins the quadruple this season, what would we call the team?
Quadruplists, I would have thought.
Oh, mate, I don't know. That's a good one. All fours. The all fours. I don't know. Boyten Dio, just to be clear, I am fully riding the merch wave here. We are selling quad loading t-shirts. They're now available, as you can see, in 3 delightful colours, but I don't really think it's something we're going to have to think about.
Well, I can understand why there would be Arsenal fans that would be bringing it up as a possibility, because it's a possibility. But the reality is that no one's ever won a quad, to my knowledge, in England. And that's because it's bloody difficult.
There are, I think, from memory, there are, I know Bayern, sextuple, so obviously winning your winning a cup, league, European cup.
And, the Charity Shield and all that.
Yeah, so the equivalent of the Charity Shield, the Super Cup, and then the World Club Cup.
Yeah.
That's been done. So clearly that's got to be... Well, I still think doing the League Cup, FA Cup quad with the Champions League and thing has clearly never been done before. I think it is so much harder than that sextuple we just described, because the Charity Shield is like one game.
Well, yeah, because people are going to say... Oh, but you have to have won one to be able to win the other. It's like, yes, but once you've won those, you are just then in one match for a cup.
Yeah. So I'm just going to look on...
Like, that FIFA World Club Championship, not the recent things, but the one where you'd have the semi-final and you're probably playing the champions of Africa, for example.
Yeah.
Who probably don't even have 4% of your budget.
Oh, do you know what though? I am very surprised to see this. The odds are not nearly as high as you would think they would be. Which, again, it's still high, but 66-1 that Arsenal win all 4. That's incredibly low for something that's never been done before.
You know what I think it is? It's partly the fear of just because you're on to do it. I don't think you will do it because, as we stated, it's very difficult. That's not even a reflection of basically, Tom doesn't want Arsenal. I only want Leeds to do it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. I take it from the point of view of this. Look, the Premier League, we're about evens to do it. So, I know everybody's talking about we've dropped points. We just haven't dropped as many points as everyone else. So that's why we'd probably win the Premier League, hopefully, as long as you guys don't batter us tomorrow. I can't live through the meltdowns, to be honest with you. The League Cup, when you've got a 3-2 advantage from the away leg, but then even if we get to the final, you're looking at Man City in the final, you're not going to make us heavy favourites to beat Man City. You might make it even money both. So that's already a 50-50. So if you made it 50-50 to do the league, 50-50 to do that, we're only in the 5th round of the FA Cup. It's not like we've got to the final. Then the Champions League, yes, it's lovely that we finished top, won all our games. But there is something really wrong with this format in Europe. And there's no jeopardy.
I've said it for not all along, but I've said it from last year actually. So it is technically all along. Basically, the fact that PSG could actually not finish in the top 8 and go on to win the thing tells me that there's actually no real like the fact you've won the first 8 games it's impressive, but it doesn't mean you're more likely to win it than the other teams.
The only advantage it offers us, this is the irony from an Arsenal point of view, it offers us the chance to play our second leg at home. When last season we did better when the second leg was away. So like I don't know if it's I can't remember who it was. It was probably on TalkSport. Somebody said, "Here's an idea. If you win the group league stage, you get to pick your opponent in the next round." I love that idea. That's a tangible value. But that's not that much of a tangible value because you're still going through. Like we're through to the last 16. So we've got, let's say, if you just do it by the numbers, we've got a 1 in 16 chance, a 1 in 15 chance of doing it. So obviously it's shorter odds than that because you'd expect us to be very. So even if you said it's a 4-1 that we're going to win the. So now you've got 50 by 50 by 4-1, and the FA Cup 3-1. It's still a really unlikely thing. That most people don't put a lot of money on a 20-1 bet, and the 66-1 bet. I think it's not going to happen. But if it did happen, I'd probably have to stop watching football.
Why are you not playing the team that's ranked the lowest?
That makes sense. It would make sense.
Well, I know you did. Like, in the last match day or whatever, like, you obviously played the team in 36th. But obviously, I mean, in terms of...
No, but that wasn't
stages.
Because they were in 36.
Yeah.
That was just...
No. That just was a random quirk of it.
Yeah. We could have played them and then had Inter the last game. I mean,
yeah.
It's not... It's basically... All right, let me put my impression of it on, and then everyone can agree or disagree with me. It's when American owners came into European football and went, well, hang on a minute, you get relegated? What, we're not guaranteed? We need a format which means we're always guaranteed big games, because I don't want to own a franchise where we never play Inter Milan or Bayern Munich. And if you get a cup draw that's really easy in the first round game, you go. So I get it. This is all designed to be as close to being a Super League as you can be without actually being a Super League. And it's still in the early stages and it's not working. It doesn't work for me because we've had to play 8 games. 8 games, now we play another 2 games, and we might play another 2 games, and it's a cup now. And I kind of part of me just thinks, you know what? Just make it a cup. I don't like it. I like, they said we play loads of big games. Well, you know, we did. We played Bayern Munich. We played Inter Milan, we played Atletico Madrid, but we played them without the jeopardy of real Champions League football. So it's not the same. If you're playing Bayern Munich in a 2-leg knockout, you might not beat them 3-1 at home. It might be more cagey, it might be more dramatic. It's, for me, I don't really like the format, but it's still better than the European Super League, which obviously real background in the background people all want. I've just seen another super chat come in. Hang on, who's that? Rosie, you've no need to be so generous. Thank you so much. Women check the batteries they need before they leave the house and wouldn't lick batteries. Is so true. It'd be so boring without us, though, wouldn't it? Please don't say yes. Please don't say no. Quad winners. I used to like. I have a lot of friends who are very staunch feminists, and I just like winding people up. So I always used to go, I think you're absolutely right. I think it'd be great for all the women on one island, all the men on another island. You can have anything you've ever invented on your island. We'll have all the stuff we've invented on our island, and it won't be long before you're swimming over to us because we've got all the good stuff. No need. Actually, we all know it would be the other way around. We'd be swimming to their island. No need to apologise, Andy. You're welcome here, but we're talking about movies. At the moment, we'll discuss anything. We are, yeah. We did just go into football again, though, so we are versatile. Look how versatile we are. Is there a movie you've ever watched and didn't like it and changed your mind whilst watching it again? Yes. No, actually, the other way around. Tom, this is probably more one for you. I don't know if you... But I'm starting to get a feeling you don't really like or dislike movies. You just accept them. You're like a philosopher. You know, you just accept the film as it is for what it is. You don't go with...
There's very few movies that I don't like. Because the fact of the matter is, Dan, as pretentious as it sounds, if I don't like a movie, No one's forcing me to watch it for another 4 years of my life. Just don't watch it again.
Have you ever walked out of a movie?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I did. One movie, I actually left the cinema. And keep in mind, I'd already paid for the ticket. So that's how offended I was by this movie. It's called Girl on a Train.
Oh.
Emily Blunt.
Oh, yeah. That's
based
not
on a book.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. I mean, I haven't seen it, and I'm not
It's fairly popular. I think it did well, but I left it halfway through because I realised that basically she looked really well done up for someone that is meant to look really dishevelled.
Yeah.
Because from what I remember of it, she was meant to be like going on a downturn of her sanity, but she looked like a fucking model. Because presumably she is. So I'm sitting here thinking...
That's really interesting. I think that's such a good point as well, because it speaks to the way, when you hear people like Meryl Streep saying, as soon as I got to 40, all the roles dried up. And that's the opposite for men. Like, women are so much more judged on, they have to look immaculate and stuff. And that's got to change. But with AI, that will never change.
But what annoyed me about it is basically I'm sat there watching it and I'm meant to be feeling like she's not doing well in life, in the character. But she looked a fucking $1 million. Which totally was the opposite of what I'm supposed to be thinking of the character. Because I'm still watching down this Emily Blunt.
If you go through the world's most famous... I know you're supposed to call them actors, not actresses, but just to be not confusing, I'm going to say actresses.
Yeah.
But when you think of the world's greatest actors, there are no... Like, how to put this? Men and women come in all shapes and sizes, and they all have different... Some are objectively prettier than others, because we have this sort of standardized symmetry idea of beautiful. Men, from Joe Pesci, Danny DeVito, they're accepted whatever they look like if they're able to depict a character. But all of the successful actresses are women who are objectively attractive. And that's something really dark about that. Because exactly what you're talking about, even when they're in a hostage situation, their makeup's perfect. Even, you know what, they're like, what was the shit? I'm rewatching a series, Lie to Me, which has it's pitifully bad, but it made me laugh because we were watching this detective, and she has 80s hair, but it's perfect. And you go, I'd like to watch a real. I like Cagney and Lacey because they were both. I'm not saying they're not attractive. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying they look like normal women that we work with. You could
believe they were in your local police station.
That's it. And that is a real problem with everything in Hollywood, because I bought a zoo, has Scarlett Johansson in it from 10 years ago, and she's a very attractive woman, and you just think she's working in a zoo. Like, if you go to your local zoo, it's unlikely that they're made up. They're working with animals every day. They're probably covered in dung. They're not like, So there is something about that that's quite insidious and really not very... I don't know if it would
hit on something. What you've hit on, Dan, is Charlie Brooker. I think he did a show called Screen White where he basically did things on TV and stuff like that. But they actually went to America and they did an experiment where basically they brought English TV shows to a focus group of American people. And basically, off the top of my head, for example, they made them watch the English version of The Office and they asked them questions about it. And the biggest thing that came up is, why is everyone on British TV so ugly?
That's it, isn't it?
And what they really meant is basically, why do they not look like the people who are on our TV shows, meaning American?
Yeah.
And what the biggest thing you found from it was basically they were surprised by it, but they preferred it because it was like, I can believe that these people, I would be in this situation with these people.
Yeah.
I could be in this office building and Fat Keith would be in there because fat people work in offices. Am I still in? Am I still here, or was Dan shut off? I'll never apologise for adoring Helen Mirren. Oh God, have we not discussed Helen Mirren? But naturally, presumably, cheers, Chris. I appreciate you letting me know that. Helen Mirren, presumably because we brought up Meryl Streep. I haven't seen Yes Man. Is that what's his name? Danny something. Danny something did the show where he could only say yes to everything. Correct me if I'm wrong. Danny's Han Solo frozen in carbonite. Well, I naturally assumed it was going to be me that the internet went messed up.
I thought it was you because you froze, and I was like, "Oh, he's frozen," and I'm My internet went. Is this something Melania related? Do you think it's because you've been talking about Melania?
Almost certainly.
It's annoying because I'm Han Solo in carbonite. I love that. No, I'm not. But I heard carbonite is slimming, so I might give it a try. You such a good point that we were on there, like with the psychology of human existence. In days gone by, you lived in a small community, and the people who are the right age for you to pair off with, there might be 7 or 8 available people, and they were normal looking people, so you found them attractive. Now what's happened to a male brain, which is programmed for diversity to find lots of people attractive, it just becomes overstimulation. So your standards become stupidly high, Like you're brought up on a diet of these. What you think is attractive is not what real people is. I think this is a really interesting psychological point in modern era because we are overstimulated. We have different expectations of reality. Everybody thinks they're probably Jason Statham, but they're just not there yet. Everyone thinks they're Mikel Arteta. They're a better football manager. Everybody's flooded with all this information that they're the hero of their own story. When the reality is, we're no different from people who grew up in a village 200 years ago, and our expectations of life have changed dramatically. But there is this drive, this continuous drive now that you see everywhere. When you talk to people who go, they want to start again. They want to build a homestead. They want to be far from society. They want to put their phones away. They want to live simpler, more natural lives.
Yeah, my version of that is going to the cinema for 2 hours and watch Melania.
I still can't get over the fact you went and saw Melania, but I'm so grateful you did. It's made this whole conversation so much easier because it's like no one else is going to see that film. Not one person in the chat has seen it, and I would be. Rosie, are you going to go and watch Melania? Is it a rom-com? Would you call it? Tell her it's a rom-com.
We can pretend it is.
Well, in a way, it is, isn't it?
There are romantic elements because they go to painstaking efforts to show any time they touch each other. Like she'll be holding his hand at the inauguration, and the camera will zoom in on it.
Do you think that's why he's got such bruised hands? Do you think she's squeezing it a bit tight?
Yes.
All I know is I've never met Donald Trump. It will surprise no one to hear that, but he is apparently fecally incontinent. So he does smell like shit. And once you hear that about someone, it does change. I mean, not that I had a high opinion of him before. I must confess, I'm not really a pro-Trump person. I'm not judging anyone who is. If you are, please, let's not have that debate tonight. But just knowing whoever it is, even if it's one of your heroes, even if it was like Tony Adams, if someone said, he stinks of shit, because you'd be like, oh, it would change the way you look at them. And it hasn't helped me to like Donald Trump, but the idea of her it's borne out by the fact she goes, I think I might live in New York, but we're in the White House. That's we've got the White House. Yes, but I don't like it. Oh, did you grow up in a bigger house than this? Is that what it is?
The thing with him that I've always found fascinating is, without getting too political on this, my stance on him has always been really simple. I thought he was a fantastic choice for the host of The Apprentice. Would I have chosen him to run the country? No.
Well, we like to put a pin in this for another day. But what I find really funny, because I am interested in political philosophy and how countries are run and stuff like that, is the fact that I thought. I'm always surprised at how far people go down a road and don't realise that it's all smoke and mirrors. I've always said, look, the President of the United States, the Koch brothers would always give the same amount of money to the Democrats and Republicans, so that whoever gets in owes them money. So Tony Blair going to see Rupert Murdoch on the eve of a general election, things like that show you that, yes, there is a person who says, I'm running the country. But we've had Barack Obama, and whether you love or hate him, Bill Clinton and Tony Blair, and people who look competent that you think, oh yeah, they probably could run the country. But then you wheel out Joe Biden or Donald Trump, and all I said about it in 2016 was, whichever one of these guys you vote for, you wouldn't let them drive you home, right? They're both obviously not at their peak of their powers, such as those powers might ever have been, right? Joe Biden, I've seen him as a young man, eloquent, loyally, exactly the American ideal of a young man who came up and did well. You know, he has some patriotism in him, all these things. But Donald Trump exists on a diet of Big Macs and filet-o-fish. He drinks nothing but Coca-Cola and Pepsi. He won't read anything given to him. He has no attention span. He brought up the son of a billionaire, had everything handed to him, finagled his way out of success in the decline of New York, never made a penny, was inherited $1 billion and doesn't have all of it left, right? Until he works his way through The Apprentice to becoming, where they sell everyone the idea that he's a businessman and everyone buys it. But this is a typical day for him. Stays up far too late, has access to his own Twitter account. They would never have allowed that with any other president, let alone one who's as daft as him. He watches Fox News 6 hours a day. When he was healthy, when he could still walk, he'd watch TV 6 hours a day, go golfing 6 hours a day, and spend 8 hours a day sleeping. And people still think he's running the country. And you go, what? When do you think he's doing that? He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything. And they go, but you know, he's made a lot of good changes. You know, whoever is making these changes, please can we all accept that democracy is not what you thought it was, that they have these people who go, quickly, they're starting to get a bit pissed off because of wealth inequality and they might start blaming the billionaires. Quickly, round up all the poorest people in the country and blame them for the wealth inequality. In order to stop people killing American citizens on the streets, they hired a bunch of guys to kill American citizens on the streets. And I'm just saying, like, at a certain point, not to derail myself completely into politics, but like, no one can honestly sit there and tell me Trump's running the country. He has end-stage dementia. We know he does. It's an awful thing. There is no chance that there is such a thing as a president of the United States who runs a country. It's ridiculous. It'd be a very tough job to do, wouldn't it?
I'd like to address a comment, not totally seriously, but Rude One Star at 227 wrote, "Fuck Melania, not contributing any funds her way." Well, to be honest,
that's done.
You wouldn't be. She's already been paid 28 million.
I said to the missus, I said, to think all those months I've been contributing to Prime, and this is what he spent my money on.
That's it. Basically, if you want it, all you'd be doing, if you see that movie, you'd be giving some money to Amazon. That'd be it. Because she's paid, whether 2 people see it or 100 million people see it.
She's taken her 28 million.
She's got 28 million, regardless. She's
Tax-free.
The real true winner in it.
I don't know. You know, like, I don't know. Yeah. Yes, she's definitely financially the winner. But would you swap lives with Melania?
Well, no, because that would mean I'd be expected to sleep under Donald Trump.
I don't think so. Not if he's in a different city.
Oh, that's true.
Plus, you could just say,
at a certain
don't you
point,
remember
it would
we
have
just
happened.
slept together? He's not competent for that anymore. He's wearing a nappy.
If I was Brett Radner and I had unfettered access, which we know isn't true, where basically At no point did he turn around to her and go, "So what did you make of Donny spending some time with Stormy Daniels?" What? Why is that never asked?
Because I can answer on her behalf. Melania has authorised me to answer this question on her behalf. She welcomes Donald Trump's time with any other woman but herself. In fact, she introduced him to Stormy Daniels. Like, it's so true, isn't it? How did you feel about the whole grab them by the pussy thing, Melania?
That's what. No, I can believe they asked her this, but it's obviously never going to make it a cut. Because I could sit here and go, why did they never ask her these questions? But they obviously probably would have, because privately you'd want to know the answer.
I don't think so.
Surely.
I think if you've been 10 years in a wilderness and someone's handed you a lifeline of a job, I said the two ideas I think I'm taking out of this, and I'm going to figure out how to do some sketch with, is the Meg, obviously, but it's also the making of Melania, because I just think it's like the A-team. You know, this is a crew of people who haven't worked. You want me to do what? I want to put the team back together. You were the best goddamn sound man we ever had, but he's got a drink problem. He can't hold. You know, it's all that. He's deaf now. It's okay, but he's all we've got. It's like, and they go, they don't want to ask her the questions. They just want to get a paycheck. Don't say a fucking thing that takes me away from this paycheck. She wants to sing Michael Jackson songs. Let her sing Michael Jackson songs. Do you know what I mean? Through this movie and then get back to the pub. That Tony Montana wouldn't survive under Trump. No, he wouldn't. Tony Montana and Trump have the same business strategies. Well, I happen to have spent a lot of time in Trump casinos, and when I think about how bad a businessman you have to be to lose money in a casino, because it's not like you make something. You know, you're not making iPhones and paying for the costs of everything. You get people to come in and play a game that's rigged in your favour, and they can't win if they stay long enough, and he still loses money. You kind of go, if you're losing money owning a casino, you're not a great businessman. You're not you've Trump universities. Everything with Trump's name on it has failed, but he sold this idea that.
I have to say, I'm ashamed to admit that longer than one episode of Watching The Apprentice, I realised this entire show just advertises Donald Trump, doesn't it? It's like, your task this week is to sell this Trump bottled water.
Yeah. But I think me and my flatmate at the time, you know, when you're broke and, well, maybe not everyone's been in this situation, but it was a little bit borderline with Nail and I, but we used to smoke, drink Coca-Cola and rum, and watch The Apprentice. That was like, we didn't have jobs, like we played poker. We just
I love The Apprentice. Like, I loved The Apprentice with him in it. It was
there's even a point where, what was her name, Joan Rivers go, a poker player, because they had a poker player I knew in there as well. So it was all kind of like, it was just, for me, it was brilliant. I used to watch every episode, but I never for a minute thought that it was real. That, oh, right, well, you know, actually what America needs is a great businessman. Anyway, okay. If I've triggered anybody by my quite obvious antipathy for Donald Trump, may I just say, let us put our differences to one side. He won't be coming up much on the Gooner channel. But I do always, and it's now gone over 4 hours, so I feel like at this point, unless I send someone a ransom note, I have to let you go, because I'm being unkind to keep you any longer. But I've enjoyed it a huge amount. It's brilliant to talk to you about films. I think what I love about your attitude to films is it's not laden with loads of pretension, or, you know, you're not selling anything. You're just saying, I mean, I can't believe you went to see Melania. I'm thrilled you did. It's been a hell of a journey. Thank you, Tom. I will forgive you for drawing with us tomorrow.
I will forgive you for drawing with us.
You'd be grateful. You bit my hand off. What are you on about? Dominic Calvert-Lewin in the 94th minute, 2-2. Arsenal fans putting the melt back in meltdown. Everybody running around with their knickers on fire going, we've lost it.
That's
And
the
then
perfect situation, though, because that means I get points or a
do you know
point.
what? I can make this work. We draw, City lose to Spurs, Villa lose to Brentford. Can everyone just be happy with that? You know? Because City are really shit. They took 3 points out of 12. We've taken like 2 out of 9. I know it's all shit all over the place. But we're still second in the league form table over the last 6 games. First out of the last 23. So I think Arsenal fans could all just calm down a little bit. But they won't tomorrow. They'll freak the fuck out. They'll be like, we should be beating teams like Leeds. And then City will go up there and lose and no one will mention it. Unless you've already played Leeds. You haven't played City at home yet, have you?
Nah. Playing City away was what actually kick-started our upturn in form. Because at half-time, we decided to go for broke, basically, and start playing 5 at the back. And then we clawed 2-0 back to 2-2.
It would be really dreamy if part of this fun boat is that we don't just play the same 4-3-3 over and over again, passing it sideways round and then wait for, you know... I'd like us to do a bit of a, you know, like those crisis moments in games where you go, right, this isn't working, fucking let's stop. Interestingly enough, I listened to Handbrake Off, which is the Athletics Arsenal page. It's brilliant. It's got Amy Lawrence, who's a fantastic journalist. But she's about my age. And I've been talking about in 97-98 when we won the league double, League FA Cup double. But on the 18th of December, there was a game where we lost at home. We were 5th in the table at the time, and we lost at home to Blackburn, who weren't the Blackburn of a few years before. And there was not only a meltdown in the fan base, because Arsene Wenger's first full season, and we were like, well, this guy's a fucking wally. He's playing Petit and Vieira in the midfield. That'll never work. That was the sentiment. But there was a meltdown. They sent Tony Adams away for a week to France to recuperate because he had a go. He was having a go at Dennis Bergkamp going, isn't it about fucking time you won something here? He had a go at Petit and Vieira for not protecting the defence. And the whole team had a crisis meeting and it was decided they were going to change how they play. And we then went on a bit of a tear. Obviously, we won the league. We won 10 games in a row. If you have a situation like we had against Man United, as long as something like that comes out of it, I'm all right with it. But I don't think it has, because I watched them play against a team, I swear to God, that's a made-up team. They don't really... I'm not even sure Kazakhstan's a real place. It might be up there with Narnia. I don't know. But whatever happens, right? If we go up to Leeds and we win it by 2 goals, I think personally I'll be like, oh, that meeting made a difference. But if we go up there and it's the same problems that we expect, you guys are going to be bang up for this, and you are not easy to beat at home. It should be true that in title-winning seasons you're okay with draws because you're like, win your home games, draw your away games, you'll still win the league. But part of me thinks that if this fan base is going to go flappy, then maybe we don't deserve a league. And I don't think it would be a disaster if we draw at Leeds.
I don't think it would be a disaster if we draw at Leeds either.
But it doesn't really matter if we beat you, though, does it? Because let's be honest. You're safe. You'd have bitten my hand off for 17th place at the start of the season, wouldn't you?
At 5-0 down, I'd have bitten your hand off at 18th place, even though it's still relegate us. But that's how bad I felt after the 5-0.
But hopefully, listen, I'll do you this deal. If you do get a win or a draw, I will be on Sunday night. I might even do an emergency stream. I love the idea of an emergency stream. It's unlikely, but Sunday night I'm here, and if you want to come on and make fun of me, I will patiently absorb it all until my internet freezes again and everything gets shut down. About 5 minutes
Might take you up on that, but I don't expect to because, still Leeds against Arsenal. And our record against you is not sterling at the moment.
I haven't looked. Isn't that shameful? Well, I haven't looked because we haven't played you in so long, and that's
we
not
haven't.
As a dig.
Last time we beat you was in 2003.
Yeah, so that's
But we are quite good at fucking up Arsenal shit historically.
Yeah, but then you know what? Like because I'm an old school fan. I look at it and go, "There's 15 games left. Nothing gets decided tomorrow anyway." Everyone's panicking. Everyone panicked when we went up to Sunderland, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Man City drew at home to Sunderland. Everyone's saying, "Oh, Sunderland shit. How are you going away and drawing up there?" And he goes, "Who's beating them up there?" And then City played them. It's like we played them, get a draw of that shit. They played them, and go, "Yo, Sunderland, a good team. Yeah, it's a good team." So I'm like, you might well get a draw against us, but you might also get a draw against City, and then it doesn't matter, does it? If they get all the same results as us, we've won by 4 points, which I think is enough. I'll win on goal difference. I don't give a shit. But it's just that we've got a lot of very young fans who are any moment are about to become hysterical, and you have to put up with it. Did Rosie say? Rosie's mentioned someone, and he's not here, is he? Nobody will happy with that. Have I missed someone? Fresh Trip Art, you're missed. Get back here ASAP. He is. He's been gone for ages. Why did you put that? Do you think he'll read it? Does it mention people? Anyway, Tom, thank you. I can't ask more than 4 hours. You've been an absolute legend. Any last thoughts?
Well, thank you everyone for tolerating me and bringing my brand of nonsense to the Gooner channel.
It's the very best nonsense there is. You know that.
I like to think so.
No, it really is. It absolutely is. And when what are you guys going to be doing Slags in the Dark again? I genuinely love the Slags in the Dark. You know that. In honour of that, I've been sitting in the dark.
I enjoy it, but it's up to Sam, of course.
Is he being precious?
It's not come up in any conversation, to be fair.
Do you know what it is? It's you two are sort of tiptoeing around each other. He wants to ask you, you want to ask him. Just do I need to just like stealth Slags? Do it.
No,
Everyone here would love it. Everyone on Tinternet would love it. But yeah, thank you so much for being here, and to the chat, thank you for what's the word I'm looking for? Thank you for indulging us. Like, I've enjoyed the shit out of talking films. It makes such a difference from football. But thank you, and I will now play us out with a song, and see you again. Be lucky. Lots of love.
One clash, one fall, timeline explode. You could feel red blood run cold across the postcode. Got me down bad and the fear get viral. Fans screaming, season done like a survival spiral. But breathe, my brother, fear don't leave. North London warriors built from a stronger creed. Arteta armor defense like granite. We don't melt, this ain't that planet. No panic in the streets of North London. Even when that moment makes red blood run cold, we stand strong. Fear fades quick when the baseline rolls. Cannon on the chest, never lose control.
Raga Jungle Ransom, the Guna sound system.